I've never been the type to scare easily, especially not on the road. Life as a truck driver is solitary, full of nights spent in empty places, so you learn to deal with silence and darkness. That night, I was coming back from a long haul, and it was past 11 when I decided to pull into a rest stop that barely looked used. It was the typical middle-of-nowhere spot, a small dirt lot, a flickering yellow streetlight, and a rusty sign indicating it was a rest stop. I parked the truck, turned off the engine, and glanced around. That's when I noticed a car parked off to the side, its engine running but headlights off. It seemed odd, but not enough to alarm me. I figured it was just someone resting or waiting for someone. I tried not to think much of it. The night was cold, and the exhaustion was starting to weigh on me. After checking the doors to make sure they were locked, I settled into the seat to get some rest before hitting the road again. That's when I heard the first noise. It was a faint creak, like something moving around the truck. For a moment, I thought it might be the wind or an animal. I'd had stray dogs wander around rest stops before. But then came another sound, much clearer this time. Someone rattling the door handle on my side. My heart jumped, and I froze for a few seconds, holding my breath. That was the last thing I expected at that hour, and it definitely wasn't the wind. I sat there, unsure of what to do, debating whether to peek through the curtain or stay completely still. The door handle jiggled again, harder this time. I grabbed my flashlight from the dashboard but hesitated to turn it on. Whoever was outside clearly knew I was there, but I didn't want to make it obvious I was aware. My mind started racing with possibilities. A thief? Someone looking for help? Or something worse? After what felt like forever, the sound stopped. I didn't hear footsteps or anyone walking away, just silence, like the night itself was holding its breath with me. I took a deep breath and carefully pulled back a corner of the curtain. My eyes went straight to the car. It was still there, engine running, headlights off. But now, there was a figure standing beside it. I couldn't make out many details, but it was tall and thin, standing completely still. The dim light from the flickering street lamp barely illuminated the area, but it was enough to tell the person was facing my truck, almost like they were staring at me. A chill ran down my spine. I tried convincing myself it was just a fellow traveler, but something about their posture, their absolute stillness, felt off. It was like their presence carried something wrong. My hands trembled as I held the curtain, keeping an eye on the figure without moving too much. I couldn't look away. Suddenly, they moved. Not like someone walking, but in a quick, strange way, almost like they slid toward the car. Before I could process what I'd just seen, the car door opened, but no one got inside. The figure stood there, leaning partially into the car, as if speaking to someone or looking for something. I sat frozen, unable to move, but a part of me knew I needed to do something. My first instinct was to start the truck and get out of there, but the thought of drawing attention terrified me even more. Then I heard another sound, this time closer. Something tapped lightly against the side of the truck, on the opposite side of where I was looking. I whipped my head around, but there was nothing there. The chill that had been crawling up my spine now spread through my entire body, and my heart was pounding in my chest. I turned back to the car, and the figure was gone. I almost dropped the flashlight when I realized I couldn't see them anywhere. My first thought was to double-check the locks, even though I knew they were already secured. The feeling of being watched was almost suffocating, and I could barely breathe. Something was wrong, deeply wrong. I was on edge, every sense heightened, straining to hear any noise that might indicate where that person had gone. That's when the passenger side door handle jiggled violently, shaking the whole truck. I gripped the flashlight tightly and pointed it in that direction, but didn't turn it on right away. My body felt frozen with fear. Taking a deep breath, I summoned the courage to flick the switch. The flashlight beam cut through the glass, illuminating nothing. There was no one there, at least no one I could see. Just the emptiness of the night and the shadows cast by the flickering light. Before I could calm down, another sound jolted me. A scraping noise came from the back of the truck, like metal being dragged across the trailer. It was a horrible sound, like nails on a chalkboard, and it went on and on. I grabbed my phone and considered calling the police, but hesitated. How would I explain this? What would I say? Someone or something is messing with my truck in the middle of nowhere. While I debated, the sound stopped as suddenly as it had started. Silence returned, but it was heavy, almost oppressive, like the night itself was holding its breath. Then, as if to torment me further, the car's engine revved loudly. The roar of the engine shattered the silence, making me jump. I looked back at the car, which was now moving slowly, pulling out of its spot. I sat frozen, watching its dark silhouette as it turned and parked in the middle of the rest stop, directly facing my truck. It felt like it was watching me, analyzing me. I could feel something in the air, but I couldn't define what it was. My hands were slick with sweat, and my chest was rising and falling erratically. I sat there, staring, waiting for something to happen, while silently praying that nothing would. After what felt like an eternity, the car door opened slowly. This time, I saw it clearly. A figure stepped out, the same one from before. But now, under the flickering light of the street lamp, it looked even stranger. Tall, thin, and moving in a way that didn't seem natural, almost as if it didn't have full control of its body. The figure took a few steps toward my truck, then stopped, tilting its head like it was trying to see through the windshield. My entire body went cold. I didn't know whether to keep watching or make a noise to scare it off. All I knew was that something about this person, if it was a person, felt profoundly wrong. My mind was screaming for me to do something, anything, but my body refused to move. The figure stood there, head tilted, almost like it was deciding something. Then, with a sudden jerky motion, it started walking around the truck, slowly and silently. I could hear the faint crunch of footsteps on the dirt, getting closer to the cab. I gripped the flashlight so tightly my fingers ached. My eyes darted to the side mirror, trying to catch a glimpse of the shadow, but it seemed to vanish into the darkness and reappear without warning. That's when I heard the sound again. The passenger side door handle being yanked. Without thinking, I slammed my hand on the horn. The blaring sound echoed through the rest stop, cutting through the oppressive silence. For a moment, everything stopped. The footsteps, the rattling handle, all of it. The only sounds were the idling engine of the car and my own ragged breathing. I glanced toward the car again, expecting to see the figure, but it was gone. My heart nearly stopped when I realized the car was now in motion, slowly rolling toward the road. Its lights were still off, and the engine roared as it picked up speed. I sat there, frozen, watching it disappear into the night. But just as I thought it was over, a faint tap came from the back of the truck, almost like a goodbye. I stayed frozen, eyes glued to the rearview mirror, trying to make sense of that tap. It was impossible to see anything in the darkness beyond the faint, flickering light of the street lamp. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them comforting. Clutching the flashlight, I took a deep breath, and against every instinct telling me to stay put, stepped out of the truck. The air was icy, and the feeling of being watched was so intense it felt like a physical weight. I walked to the back of the truck, each step more hesitant than the last. When I finally reached the trailer, there was nothing. No marks, no sign that anyone or anything had touched it. I climbed back into the cab, still scanning my surroundings, and locked the doors again as tightly as I could. The car was gone, and the silence felt even heavier than before. I sat there for a while, hands gripping the wheel, trying to steady my breathing. Eventually, I started the engine and pulled out of the rest stop. As the sight disappeared in my rearview mirror, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had stayed behind, yet somehow still followed me. To this day, I don't know what happened that night. Maybe it was just a thief, but something deep inside me knows it was more than that. Something I never want to encounter again. I've never been the type to take unknown shortcuts, but that day felt especially chaotic. I was with 3 coworkers returning from a conference in another city, and we were all tired and impatient with the highway traffic. It was Jack's idea to cut through a neighborhood he claimed to know, a decision we should have never made. The place felt off the moment we entered. The streets were narrow, poorly lit, and most of the houses were completely dark, even though it wasn't that late, maybe around 8 p.m. After about 5 minutes of driving, the discomfort started to build. The street was so deserted that even the sound of the engine seemed too loud. Then we saw him, a man standing right in the middle of the road. He was facing away from us, wearing a dark jacket that looked a bit too big for him, and he wasn't moving. Right away, I thought he might be drunk or lost. Jack, who was driving, instinctively slowed down, maybe to avoid startling the guy. Everyone in the car went quiet, almost waiting to see what the man would do. Jack stopped the car about 10 feet away from the man. The tension inside the car was palpable. "Do you think he needs help?" Sarah asked quietly. Before anyone could respond, the man slowly turned to face us. It wasn't like in horror movies, where there's a dramatic twist. It was strange because he seemed empty. His face was mostly in shadow, dimly lit by the headlights, but you could make out a hard, almost emotionless expression. He started walking toward the car, and the sound of his boots on the pavement was the only thing we could hear. When he reached the driver's side, he began knocking on the window, hard. It wasn't a tap like someone asking for help. It was aggressive, impatient. Jack cracked the window slightly, maybe to ask what was wrong, but before he could say anything, the man hit the glass even harder, shouting something none of us could understand. Then the worst thing happened. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement near a parked car. Another man emerged from behind it and started trying to open the back door where Sarah was sitting. He was crouched, like he wanted to catch us off guard. Jack rolled the window up in a panic and yelled, "Hold on tight!" Before anyone could react, he slammed on the gas. The car jolted forward so hard I was almost thrown into the dashboard. The man at the window screamed something, but the engine's roar drowned it out. I turned around and saw the second guy running into the middle of the road like he was trying to chase us. For a split second, I thought he was going to jump onto the car, but he stopped. Even so, the image of him standing there, almost expressionless, is burned into my memory. When we turned the next corner, everyone started talking at once. Sarah was on the verge of tears, asking if anyone had called the police. Jack just kept repeating, "It was a setup. It was a setup." I was still trying to process everything when I noticed something that sent a chill down my spine. The car the second man had been hiding behind. It didn't look like it belonged there. The windows were tinted, and the doors were slightly ajar. It didn't seem like it was parked by someone who lived there. It was as if they had been waiting for us. Jack drove like his life depended on it, and honestly, it probably did. The silence in the car was suffocating. No one knew what to say. Everything felt unreal, like one of those bizarre videos you see online where you think, this would never happen to me. But it did. And the worst part was the feeling that we still weren't safe. The neighborhood was like a maze with identical streets, and the lighting got worse the farther we went. It felt like we couldn't find our way out. Then Sarah pointed at the rearview mirror, her voice shaky. "I think someone's following us." I turned around, and sure enough, there it was. A car with its headlights off, keeping a suspicious distance. I couldn't tell if it was the same car that had been parked earlier, but it didn't matter at that point. Jack sped up, and so did they. There was no honking, no shouting, nothing. They just kept following us, like they were waiting for the right moment. My heart felt like it was going to burst out of my chest. At that moment, I realized it wasn't just fear. It was the sense that they were in control, and we were playing right into their hands. Jack turned the next corner so fast, the car almost lost traction. Sarah let out a muffled scream, and I grabbed onto the door handle, my breath shallow and uneven. But the worst part was that the car behind us was still there, and now their headlights were on, lighting up everything around us. That harsh light made everything feel even more terrifying, like we were on stage, and they were watching us panic. "We need to find a main road, anything with traffic," Jack shouted. But it seemed like the streets just got more isolated the farther we went. Then we saw a small park ahead with a single street lamp flickering. It was the first time the scenery felt different, but not in a good way. Jack slammed on the brakes, and we realized the car behind us had stopped too, but at a safe distance. It just sat there, as if taunting us. "What are they waiting for?" Mike asked quietly, his voice shaking like he didn't want to draw attention. Before anyone could answer, their car doors started opening. First the driver's side, then the passengers. I didn't wait to see more. I yelled at Jack to get us out of there. Jack didn't need another warning. The second those men stepped out, he floored the gas again, the engine roaring as we sped past the park. I kept looking behind us, half expecting them to run after us on foot, but they didn't. Still, it felt like we were being hunted. The neighborhood was like a trap, with no clear way out. Every corner felt like it could lead us right back into their hands. "There has to be a way out," Mike muttered, but no one answered. The headlights behind us were getting closer, and then suddenly, they went out again. The darkness swallowed them. Jack kept driving, but his hands were shaking on the wheel. I could hear his heavy breathing, even in the silence. No one dared to speak. It was like we thought any noise would give us away. Then, up ahead, we saw something that gave us hope, an intersection leading to what looked like a bigger road. "There, over there," I yelled, pointing desperately. As we got closer, we finally saw streetlights and the faint glow of headlights in the distance. For a moment, it felt like we were safe. But then their car reappeared, faster this time, swerving toward us. Jack swerved to avoid them, nearly driving up onto the sidewalk. Their car sped past us, but instead of chasing us further, they stopped. Right in the middle of the road. It was bizarre. They didn't try to follow us again, didn't do anything threatening. They just turned off their engine and sat there. No movement, no sound. It was like the game was over, and they'd already won. No one in the car knew how to react. We just drove past them in stunned silence, our hearts still pounding from the adrenaline. When we finally reached a busy road, it felt surreal. Seeing other cars, other people. It was like stepping back into reality after a nightmare. We pulled into a gas station to catch our breath, but no one wanted to leave the car for long. It felt like the danger was still out there, waiting for us. I looked at my hands and realized they were still trembling. For the first time in a long while, I felt completely helpless, like nothing we could have done would have changed what happened that night. At the gas station, we decided to call the police. Jack was hesitant, saying they probably wouldn't be able to do much, but Sarah insisted. When we explained everything, it was clear the dispatcher didn't think much of it. They said they'd send a patrol car to check the area, but we didn't even have a license plate to give them, let alone a good description of the men. It was frustrating, but there wasn't much else we could do. The whole thing still felt so unreal that even while explaining it, I wondered if they thought we were overreacting. On the drive home, the silence returned, but this time it wasn't just fear. It was something heavier, like we'd brushed up against something we'd never fully understand. I still wonder what would have happened if we had hesitated just a little longer, if we hadn't found that intersection in time. It all happened so fast, but it left a mark on all of us. To this day, I can't drive through suburban neighborhoods without feeling a chill run down my spine. Maybe it was just an attempted robbery, but deep down, part of me believes it was something far stranger and far darker. Driving late at night always had its risks, but I enjoyed the quiet streets and the stillness that came with them. It had become my routine to pick up passengers between midnight and 4 a.m. when the streets were calm, but the odd and unsettling stories seemed to multiply. That night, I'd been driving for about 2 hours, and I just needed one more ride to call it a shift. The notification popped up. A passenger nearby, no profile picture, and the destination wasn't far. I didn't think much and accepted it. When I pulled up to the pickup spot, he was already standing there under the dim glow of a streetlight. He didn't look at me right away, just climbed into the car quietly, barely murmuring a "good evening." Something about him made me uneasy, but I couldn't pinpoint why. As soon as we started driving, I noticed how restless he was. He couldn't sit still, constantly fidgeting with his jacket like he was hiding something underneath it. At first, I thought he might just be cold or anxious. Maybe he'd had an argument or was running from some personal drama. But then he started asking, in a low, urgent tone, how much longer it would take to get to his destination. I glanced at the GPS and told him it'd be about 15 minutes. He stayed quiet for a moment, then repeated the question like he hadn't heard me, or maybe like he was racing against some unseen clock. The atmosphere in the car grew tense. I turned on the radio softly, hoping to break the awkward silence, but he immediately asked me to turn it off, almost whispering, like the sound was too much for him. I tried to focus on the road, but it was impossible to ignore how strange he was acting. At every intersection, he glanced out the window like he was searching for something, or someone. My mind began racing. Was he running from someone? Or worse, planning to do something to me? That's when I noticed he was holding something under his jacket, pressing it tightly against his body. I couldn't see exactly what it was, but it looked long and wrapped in some sort of cloth. The tension in the car became suffocating, and I felt cold sweat trickle down the back of my neck. I thought about asking him what he was carrying, but decided against it. What if it was a weapon, or worse? I figured my best option was to get to the destination quickly and end this ride. When we were just a few blocks away from his stop, he asked me to pull over early, saying he wanted to get out there. It struck me as odd, but I didn't argue. I stopped the car, and for a moment, he just sat there, like he was waiting for something. Then, without warning, he opened the door and bolted into the opposite direction of where the GPS pointed. He vanished so quickly I barely had time to process what had happened. When I turned to check the back seat, trying to make sense of his sudden exit, I saw it. On the seat was an old, folded cloth, damp and stained. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I realized it was blood. My heart immediately started pounding. I didn't know what to do. Staring at the thing just made the situation worse. My first instinct was to clean it up and pretend nothing had happened. But then the real fear set in. What if this guy had done something terrible? What if, without meaning to, I'd become involved in something horrible? I took a deep breath and carefully grabbed the cloth, trying not to touch it directly. The metallic smell was unmistakable, and just holding it made my head spin. A million scenarios raced through my mind, a fight, a crime, something deeply wrong. But the more I tried to piece it together, the less sense it made. I decided to step out of the car to calm myself and figure out what to do next. The street was deserted, with flickering streetlights making everything feel even more unsettling. That's when I noticed he hadn't simply run off. Further ahead, under the shadow of a tree, I could make out a silhouette, perfectly still. My heart nearly stopped. It was him, standing there, watching me. He didn't move or say anything. He was just there, like he was waiting to see what I'd do. Panic took over, and without thinking, I jumped back into the car and locked the doors. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the steering wheel. I just kept thinking about getting out of there as fast as possible. When I sped off, I couldn't stop glancing at the rearview mirror. He was still standing there, motionless, like he was rooted to the spot. I tried to convince myself it was just paranoia, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. As I drove, his figure disappeared into the darkness, but the tension didn't leave me. I grabbed the blood-stained cloth and threw it onto the passenger side floor, trying to block out the smell and the questions it raised. At every red light, I found myself scanning the area, half expecting him to appear out of nowhere. My mind was a chaotic mess, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Who was this guy? What was he carrying? And worst of all, why did he leave that behind? When I finally got home, I sat in the car for several minutes, too shaken to go inside. The thought of carrying a piece of evidence, of God knows what, terrified me. But what if I called the police? What would I even say? They'd ask questions, want details I didn't have. What if they thought I was involved? I decided to wrap the cloth in a plastic bag and throw it away far from my house. But when I picked it up again, I noticed something strange. It felt heavier than before, like there was something inside. My stomach turned. With trembling hands, I unwrapped the cloth, and what I saw nearly made me pass out. It wasn't just blood. Inside the cloth was a ring, still fresh with blood, and what looked like a lock of hair. I didn't know what to do at that point. My body froze, and my mind scrambled for any logical explanation, but nothing made sense. Why would he leave something like that in the car? Was it a message, a warning, or just carelessness? Suddenly, paranoia hit me like a wave. I wrapped the cloth back up and shoved it into the plastic bag as quickly as I could. Just touching it made me feel like I was crossing some invisible line. That's when I started hearing noises. Faint sounds, like footsteps or the rustling of leaves. I looked around but didn't see anyone. Still, the feeling of being watched was unbearable. I drove to an empty lot far from my house, desperate to rid myself of the bag. When I got there, I grabbed it and walked to the nearest dumpster, my heart racing. As I approached, I felt it again, that heavy, suffocating presence. I didn't hear footsteps this time, but it was as if someone was right behind me. My heart was pounding so loudly, I thought it might burst. I didn't dare look back. I just tossed the bag into the dumpster and ran back to my car. As I slammed the door shut and locked it, I glanced in the rearview mirror, and there he was. The man, standing just a few feet from the dumpster, staring directly at me. The sight of him so close made me freeze. It was like I was trapped in my own nightmare. He didn't move, not for a second. He just stood there, watching, as if he was waiting for something. My first instinct was to floor the gas pedal, but my body wouldn't cooperate. My hands clung to the wheel, and the sound of my heartbeat drowned out all rational thought. It wasn't until he took a single step toward me that I snapped out of it. I stomped on the gas and sped out of there, not daring to look back. I just wanted to put as much distance between us as possible. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I turned off the engine and sat there, breathing heavily, trying to calm my nerves. The bag was in the dumpster. He couldn't follow me. Right? That's what I kept telling myself, but deep down, I knew this wasn't over. I went inside, locked every door, and went straight to the shower, hoping to wash off the fear. But as the water poured over me, I felt it again. That strange, oppressive feeling that I wasn't alone. I stepped out of the bathroom, still clutching a towel, and peeked through the window. That's when I saw him. Across the street, standing in the shadows, he was there again, motionless. He knew where I lived. Even now, I can't get his image out of my head. Those eyes, staring at me from the darkness, haunt me every time I close mine. I don't know who he was or what he wanted, but I can't shake the feeling that somehow he's still watching. It was around 1 a.m. when I finally left my friend Sarah's house after a long night of chatting about things I can't even remember now. I took the usual shortcut home, a rural road that's quiet, but always feels a bit eerie at night. It wasn't my first time driving there late, so I wasn't exactly scared, but the isolation always gave me a weird feeling. The silence was absolute, broken only by the sound of the tires on the pavement and the occasional chirping of crickets or rustling of animals in the bushes. The only light came from my headlights, cutting through the narrow road ahead. Everything seemed normal until I noticed a figure on the side of the road. At first, I thought it was a shadow, or maybe my eyes playing tricks on me. You know when your mind starts imagining things because you're alone? But as I got closer, I realized it was someone. A person was walking along the shoulder, waving their hands like they were asking for help. My heart started racing. There weren't any houses nearby, nothing to explain why someone would be out there in the middle of nowhere at this hour. Instinctively, I slowed down, but not much, just enough to get a better look at what was going on. I kept my doors locked, of course. The figure looked like a man, but it was hard to tell. He was wearing a dark hoodie with the hood covering most of his face. I don't know why, but everything about him screamed at me not to stop. As I drove past him, I tried to get a better look, but he seemed to avoid the direct beam of the headlights, like he knew exactly how to stay partially hidden. My stomach churned, but I felt conflicted. What if he really needed help? At the same time, my gut told me to keep going. Then something happened that made me freeze. On the opposite side of the road, almost parallel to where the man stood, another figure stepped out from the trees, right at the edge of the shoulder. It happened so fast that my brain struggled to process it. This second figure was smaller, maybe a woman or even a teenager, but what terrified me was how they appeared, like they had been waiting in the darkness all along. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest. It didn't feel like a coincidence, you know? They seemed coordinated, like they knew I'd be passing by. I didn't think twice. I slammed on the gas and sped away as fast as I could, the roar of my engine echoing through the empty road. As I glanced in the rearview mirror, I saw them standing there, one on each side of the road, just watching me disappear into the darkness. Even after speeding off, I couldn't shake the scene from my mind. My hands were sweaty on the wheel, gripping so hard my fingers started to tingle. Why were they there? Was it a coincidence? Or had I just escaped something terrible? The worst part was the thought that maybe someone genuinely needed help. What if that man was lost or had been in an accident? But then I'd remember the second figure stepping out of the woods, and my stomach would churn all over again. Nothing about it felt right. The road was completely empty, no other cars in sight. It was like I was the only person in the world at that moment. Every turn, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, expecting to see lights or something following me. But there was nothing, just the pitch-black night behind me. My mind was racing. I tried convincing myself it was paranoia, that I was blowing things out of proportion, but there was something about that situation that simply didn't make sense. And the way they stood there, motionless, watching, it gave me chills just thinking about it. When I finally reached a more populated stretch of road with a few houses and streetlights, I felt some relief, but not entirely. I pulled into a gas station that was still open and parked, sitting there for a while to calm down before continuing home. After a few minutes at the gas station, I still felt uneasy. The fear had passed, but the doubt lingered. Should I have called the police? Reported what I saw? But what would I even say? I saw two people on the road, and one came out of the woods. It didn't sound alarming when said out loud, but for someone who was there, it was a completely different thing. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe they were just two people lost, or someone needing help and a friend or relative nearby. But why would someone hide in the woods, and why didn't they ask for help together? None of it added up. Eventually, I decided to keep driving home. I was closer now and felt like the worst part was behind me. But that uncomfortable feeling of being watched stuck with me. I wasn't just checking the rearview mirror anymore. Now I was scanning both sides of the road, half expecting to see something emerge from the trees. That's when I saw something that nearly made me lose control of the car. Standing at the side of the road, farther ahead, was the same man who had waved earlier. It was him. I was sure of it. The dark hoodie, the same posture, everything. But it didn't make sense. I had driven for miles since I first saw him. How could he possibly have gotten there so fast? My body froze. For a second, I thought about braking, but my instinct made me hit the gas even harder. I passed him quickly, barely looking, but I saw enough to confirm it was the same person. This time, he wasn't waving. He was just standing there facing away from the road, but slowly turning his head as if he was watching me pass. What the hell was going on? I started to feel surrounded, like this wasn't just a coincidence. My heart was pounding and my hands were shaking on the wheel. Suddenly, that road I knew so well felt completely unfamiliar, like something was wrong with the place itself. I drove the rest of the way home without blinking, hyper-focused on every shadow, every tree, every possible movement. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I felt such a wave of relief that I thought I might collapse right there. I parked in the garage and sat there for a moment, trying to collect myself. But as I turned off the engine, an inexplicable wave of dread hit me. I glanced in the rearview mirror, purely out of reflex, and my heart nearly stopped. There, standing on the sidewalk across the street, was someone wearing a dark hoodie. I couldn't see their face, but it was enough to send me running inside without looking back. I rushed into the house, nearly tripping on the steps as I unlocked the door. As soon as I was inside, I locked everything: the front door, the deadbolts, even the windows. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might burst. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what was happening. Maybe it was paranoia. Maybe I was imagining things, connecting dots that weren't really there. But the feeling that something wasn't right was impossible to ignore. I grabbed my phone and thought about calling the police. But what was I going to say? That someone was following me with no real evidence to back it up? I sat in the living room trying to breathe and calm down, but every little sound made me jump. The wind outside, the creaking of the house. Everything seemed louder, more sinister. I stayed frozen for a long time, staring at the front door, waiting to hear a knock or see a shadow pass by the glass. But nothing happened. When I finally worked up the nerve to look out the bedroom window, what I saw made my blood run cold. The street was empty, but at the very end, just barely lit by the glow of a streetlight, was the same figure from before, standing there, motionless, watching me from a distance. I didn't know what to do. I felt completely exposed. I yanked the curtain shut and backed away from the window, my heart pounding in my chest. I decided I wasn't just going to sit there and wait for something to happen. I grabbed a kitchen knife and went straight to my bedroom, locking the door behind me. I don't even know why I picked that room as a hiding spot, but it felt like the only place where I had any sense of safety. I turned on the light and sat on the bed, clutching my phone in one hand and the knife in the other, trying to keep myself together. I called my friend again, but the call dropped before she could answer, and I couldn't bring myself to try again. I didn't even know how to explain what was going on. Minutes felt like hours. I kept glancing at the window and checking my phone, hoping I wouldn't see a motion alert from my security cameras. But at the same time, I had this overwhelming feeling that I was being watched. It was suffocating, like the weight of that presence was pressing down on me, even though I couldn't see it. Finally, I worked up the courage to open the security app on my phone. When the live feed loaded, I nearly dropped the phone. The figure was there, standing on the sidewalk directly in front of my house. He hadn't moved, hadn't made a sound, but now he was closer than ever. My hands were shaking so much that I almost dropped the phone. None of it made sense. I hadn't heard footsteps, no sound of the gate being opened, nothing. I stared at the camera feed, trying to convince myself it wasn't real, that my mind was playing tricks on me. But no matter how much the phone trembled in my hand, that figure stayed right there, completely still. The most chilling part was how he was positioned, leaning slightly forward, almost like he was studying the camera. I felt a chill run down my spine and immediately closed the app. I couldn't look anymore. The silence in the house was overwhelming. I stayed there in the bedroom, trying to figure out what to do, but every option felt wrong. Leaving was out of the question, but staying made me feel like a sitting duck. I took a deep breath and decided to call the police, even if I didn't know how to explain what was happening. While I waited on hold, with the operator's automated voice droning in my ear, something made me glance toward the bedroom window. It was instinctive, like I just knew something was wrong. When I pulled the curtain back just a little, my blood froze. He was in the yard, near the fence, staring directly at my window. I dropped the phone immediately, the sound of the call still buzzing faintly in the background. I could barely breathe. How did he get there? I hadn't heard anything, No footsteps, no noise from the fence being moved. I stood frozen, staring through the gap in the curtain, until I noticed something even more disturbing. He wasn't exactly looking at me, but it felt like he knew I was there, like he could sense me. Then, almost imperceptibly, he tilted his head to the side, as if he were analyzing my reaction. My heart felt like it was about to explode. I bolted into the bathroom attached to my room, locking the door behind me. I turned on the shower to drown out the oppressive silence, but even the sound of running water seemed unnervingly loud. Each drop echoed like a ticking clock, marking the seconds until something would happen. I stayed there for what felt like an eternity, until everything went completely still. The wind, the water, even the house's creaks, it all stopped. Gripping my phone, I tried to open the security app again, but the cameras were offline. That was when I realized I couldn't hear anything outside anymore. Summoning all the courage I had left, I stepped out of the bathroom and looked through the bedroom window one last time. He was gone. No trace of him anywhere.
Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. It was my third month working as a cabin steward on the Celestial Voyager, one of those massive cruise ships that carries about 4,000 passengers across the Caribbean. I was 22, fresh out of hospitality school in Miami, eager to see the world while making decent money. The job wasn't glamorous, mostly cleaning rooms, replacing towels, arranging those little towel animals that guests love to photograph. But the pay was good. I got to travel, and my coworkers from the Philippines, Indonesia, and Eastern Europe had become like family. We'd spend our few free hours playing cards in the crew mess or watching movies on someone's laptop, all of us thousands of miles from home, bound together by the strange reality of life at sea. That particular Thursday in late September started like any other day, with me pushing my cleaning cart down the narrow corridors of Deck 7, humming along to whatever song was stuck in my head from the crew bar the night before. Around 11 in the morning, I knocked on cabin 7234, waited the standard 10 seconds, then announced myself, and knocked again. No response. I checked my list. The Thompsons, an elderly couple from Nebraska, hadn't put out the Do Not Disturb sign. I used my master key card and stepped inside, immediately noticing the strange stillness in the air. Mr. Thompson was lying on the bed, fully dressed in yesterday's clothes, his face an unnatural shade of gray. Mrs. Thompson was nowhere to be seen, probably at the breakfast buffet, I thought. I approached slowly, calling his name softly at first, then louder. When I touched his shoulder to give him a gentle shake, his skin was cold, and I knew instantly. The way his eyes stared at nothing, the complete absence of chest movement, the stiffness in his limbs. My training kicked in and I reached for my radio to call medical. But before I could press the button, my supervisor Carlos appeared in the doorway, as if he'd been waiting nearby. Carlos stepped into the cabin and closed the door behind him with a quiet click that seemed too deliberate. He didn't even look at Mr. Thompson's body at first. His eyes were fixed on me, studying my reaction. "Put the radio down, Miguel," he said in that calm voice he used when dealing with difficult passengers. I started to protest, to explain that we needed to call medical immediately, that protocol was clear about these situations. But Carlos moved past me to the body, checking for a pulse he obviously wouldn't find, then pulled out his own phone and typed something quickly. "Medical can't come right now," he said, which made no sense because medical was always on standby. "We need to handle this quietly. Mrs. Thompson is at the spa until 2. We have time." He went to the closet and pulled out the large laundry bag we used for dirty linens, one of those industrial ones that could fit a whole room's worth of sheets. My mouth went dry as I realized what he was suggesting. "Help me get him in," Carlos said, already positioning the bag next to the bed. I stood there, unable to move, watching him work with an efficiency that told me he'd done this before. He looked up at me and his expression changed. Not angry, but something worse. Disappointed, like I was failing some unspoken test. "Miguel, you want to keep this job? You want to keep sending money home to your mother in Orlando? Then you help me now, and you forget what you saw." The mention of my mother made my chest tighten. Carlos knew things about all of us, knew our situations, our debts, our reasons for being here. He grabbed Mr. Mia Thompson's shoulders while I stood frozen. And that's when he said something that made everything click into place. "Deck 2, storage room C47. We'll use the service elevator during lunch rush when everyone's distracted. Security won't check the cameras if I tell them not to." The casual way he said it, like he was explaining how to fold towels properly, made me realize this was procedure for him. My legs moved before my brain could process what I was doing. Together we maneuvered Mr. Thompson's stiff body into the laundry bag. He was heavier than he looked, and rigor mortis had already started to set in, making his limbs difficult to bend. The sound of his wedding ring scraping against the bag's zipper will stay with me forever. Carlos worked methodically, checking his watch every few minutes, wiping down surfaces we'd touched with a cloth from his pocket. He straightened the bed sheets, fluffed the pillows, even placed Mr. Thompson's reading glasses neatly on the nightstand next to a half-finished crossword puzzle. "Mrs. Thompson will think he went to the casino," he muttered, more to himself than to me. "She always complains he disappears there for hours." When we were done, the cabin looked exactly as it should, except for the industrial laundry bag sitting in the middle of the floor, holding the body of a man who'd probably saved his whole life for this anniversary cruise. We waited until 12:30, when Carlos knew the lunch buffet would be at its peak. He made me push the regular cleaning cart while he handled the laundry bag on a separate cart, covered with fresh towels. The service elevator was empty, just as he'd predicted. As we descended to Deck 2, Carlos spoke quietly, never looking at me directly. "You think this is cruel, but imagine the panic if passengers knew. Imagine Mrs. Thompson finding out in front of everyone, the whole ship talking about it, taking photos, posting on social media while she's trying to grieve. This way she gets the news privately, with dignity, when we dock tomorrow." His logic was twisted but almost made sense in that suffocating elevator. Storage room C47 was at the end of a corridor I'd never seen before, behind the crew laundry. The door had a special lock that required Carlos's supervisor keycard. Inside, the temperature was freezing, and I could see my breath forming small clouds in the air. The room wasn't empty. Along the back wall, 5 other industrial laundry bags were lined up, each with a small tag attached to the zipper. Carlos added Mr. Thompson to the row, pulling out a marker to write 7234 9-26 on a fresh tag. The other tags had similar markings, cabin numbers and dates going back 2 weeks. "Natural causes," Carlos said, noticing me staring at the bags. "Heart attacks, strokes, old age. Happens more than you'd think with the demographics on these cruises. Average age of our passengers is 67. He said it like he was reciting statistics from a training manual. I wanted to ask why they weren't in the ship's morgue. I knew we had one. It was mentioned in our orientation. But the answer was obvious now. The official morgue probably had a capacity of 2, maybe 3 bodies. This hidden freezer was the overflow system, the dirty secret that kept the cruise running smoothly, while people died quietly in their cabins, their families none the wiser until we reached port. Carlos locked the door and turned to face me. "Tomorrow morning, when we dock in Fort Lauderdale, a special medical team will come aboard before any passengers disembark. They'll handle everything discreetly. Death certificates will show the correct date and cause. The families will get the bodies for burial. Insurance claims will process normally. But the cruise line avoids the headlines, the bad publicity, the empty cabins for the rest of the season. He pulled out an envelope from his jacket pocket. $500 in cash. This is yours. Not a bribe, just a bonus for handling a difficult situation professionally. You'll get one every time you help with this. Every time. He expected this to happen again. He expected me to be part of this system, this conspiracy of silence that turned human beings into logistics problems to be solved. I took the money because refusing would have meant something worse than compliance. It would have meant I couldn't be trusted. That afternoon, I watched Mrs. Thompson return from the spa, relaxed and smiling, holding a shopping bag from the gift shop. She knocked on her cabin door, calling out, "Harold, I bought you that shirt you liked." When he didn't answer, she used her key and went inside. 5 minutes later, she came to the guest services desk, worried but not panicked, reporting that her husband was missing. The staff followed protocol perfectly. They made announcements, they searched public areas, they reviewed security footage that Carlos had already ensured would show nothing useful. Mrs. Thompson spent the rest of the day increasingly distraught, surrounded by other passengers who tried to comfort her, sharing their own stories of husbands who wandered off on ships. At dinner, I saw her sitting alone at their table for two, his chair empty, still hoping he'd walk through the door with some silly explanation about losing track of time at the poker tables. The weight of what I knew sat in my stomach like a stone. That night, I couldn't eat. I kept thinking about Mr. Thompson in that freezer, in that bag with only a cabin number to identify who he'd been. I thought about his wife sleeping alone, not knowing she was already a widow. Around midnight, I found myself back on deck 2, standing outside C-47. I could hear the cooling system humming through the door. Using my regular keycard, I tried to open it. Access denied, of course. Only supervisors could enter. But I noticed something else. There were other storage rooms along that corridor, C-45, C-46, C-48, C-49. When I pressed my ear against C-46, I heard the same mechanical humming. I tried to do the math. If each room could hold 6 or 7 bodies, and there were at least 5 cold storage rooms, and cruises ran year-round, how many deaths were they hiding? How many families were lied to? How many crew members like me had been pulled into this system, paid off, sworn to silence through fear and cash? The next morning, just as Carlos had promised, we docked in Fort Lauderdale. I watched from a crew deck as unmarked white vans pulled up to a service entrance I'd never noticed before. Men in medical uniforms, but no company logos, wheeled gurneys up a ramp, moving with the same practiced efficiency I'd seen in Carlos. They were gone within an hour, before most passengers had even finished breakfast. Later that day, Mrs. Thompson was called to the medical center. The ship's doctor, a pleasant woman from South Africa named Dr. Kruger, told her they'd found her husband collapsed in a maintenance area where passengers weren't supposed to go, that he'd apparently suffered a massive heart attack, that everything possible had been done, but it was too late. I know because I was cleaning the corridor outside and heard every word through the thin walls. Mrs. Thompson's sobs were quiet, dignified, muffled by the doctor's shoulder. She thanked them for trying to save him. She actually thanked them. I quit 3 days later, after we'd returned to sea with a fresh load of passengers. I told Carlos I had a family emergency, and he didn't argue. He just looked at me with those knowing eyes and said, "Not everyone's cut out for the realities of this industry." He handed me my final pay envelope. It had an extra $1,000 inside. Blood money, or silence money, I'm not sure which. I never reported what I saw. Who would believe me? What proof did I have? The cruise line would deny everything. Carlos would disappear into another ship, and I'd be just another disgruntled employee making wild accusations. But I know what I saw in that freezer. I know Mr. Thompson died alone in his cabin and spent his last day on Earth in a laundry bag with a number tag instead of his name. Sometimes I check cruise message boards, looking for posts from people whose loved ones died at sea, wondering if they ever questioned the official story. The industry processes over 30 million passengers a year. If even 0.5% die on board, that's 150,000 bodies that need to be handled quietly, efficiently, without disturbing the paradise illusion. I still have nightmares about those storage rooms, about what's behind all those locked doors on ships floating in international waters where laws become suggestions and death becomes an inconvenience to be managed. I spent 6 years as a communications officer on various cruise ships before that night in 2022 changed everything. Most people picture cruise work as glamorous, tropical destinations, endless buffets, meeting people from all over the world. The reality is, 12-hour shifts in a windowless room filled with monitors, radio equipment, and the constant hum of electronics. I was stationed on the Meridian Pearl, one of those massive floating cities that carries 4,000 passengers through the Mediterranean. My job was simple enough: monitor all radio frequencies, log communications, coordinate with other vessels, and relay important information to the bridge. That particular night in early August, we were somewhere between Sicily and Malta, cruising through calm waters under a moonless sky. I'd just finished my dinner, lukewarm pasta from the crew mess, and settled in for what I expected would be another routine graveyard shift. The communications room was tucked away on deck 3, far from passenger areas. Just me, my colleague Brandon, who was catching some sleep in the corner, and walls lined with equipment that looked like it belonged in a submarine movie. Around 2 a.m., I picked up something on Channel 16, the international distress frequency. At first, it was just static mixed with what sounded like voices, barely audible through the interference. I fine-tuned the frequency, adjusting the squelch and gain controls until the transmission became clearer. It was another cruise ship, the Ocean Harmony, operating about 40 nautical miles from our position. Their communications officer sounded panicked, his voice cracking as he repeated the same message. "Mayday, Mayday, this is Ocean Harmony. We have 17 passengers unaccounted for. Repeat, 17 souls missing. Conducted 3 full searches of the vessel, requesting immediate assistance from any ships in vicinity." The timestamp on my equipment showed 02:13 when I logged the first transmission. I immediately reached for the direct line to our bridge, but before I could dial, more transmissions flooded in. The Ocean Harmony's officer was now communicating with what sounded like the Italian Coast Guard, though their responses were breaking up badly. Through the static, I heard fragments. "Searched all public areas. Cameras show nothing. Between 23 and 1 hours. No signs of struggle. Personal belongings still in cabins." Each detail made my chest tighten. 17 people don't just vanish from a cruise ship. I'd been doing this job long enough to know that when someone goes overboard, there's usually witnesses, security footage, something. But 17 people disappearing within a 2-hour window with no trace? I started recording everything on our backup system while simultaneously transcribing the key points by hand. Brandon stirred in his chair but didn't wake up. He'd been pulling double shifts all week and could sleep through anything. The transmissions continued for another 20 minutes, growing increasingly desperate. The Ocean Harmony's captain had taken over the radio now, his deep voice cutting through the static with practiced authority that couldn't quite mask his concern. He was requesting helicopter support, asking nearby vessels to adjust course for search patterns, coordinating with maritime authorities from at least 3 different countries. I plotted their position on my navigation screen. They were close enough that we could reach them in 2 hours at full speed. Protocol demanded that I report this immediately to our bridge officer. I grabbed the phone again, dialed extension 501, and waited. Lieutenant Morrison answered on the 3rd ring, sounding irritated at being disturbed. When I explained the situation, there was a long pause. Then he said something that made my entire body go rigid. "Keep monitoring. Don't log anything officially yet. I'm coming down." 5 minutes later, Morrison walked in, but he wasn't alone. Our hotel director, a thin man named Garrison who always wore perfectly pressed suits even at 3 in the morning, followed him into the room. They both looked wide awake, like they'd been expecting something like this. Garrison went straight to my station, leaning over to look at my handwritten notes while Morrison stood by the door, arms crossed. "Play back everything you've recorded," Garrison ordered. His cologne was overwhelming in the small space, something expensive that made my nose itch. I hit playback, and we listened to the Ocean Harmony's distress calls again. Garrison's expression never changed, just that blank corporate stare I'd seen during staff meetings. When the recording ended, he pulled out his phone and stepped into the hallway. I could hear him speaking in hushed tones, though I couldn't make out the words through the heavy door. Morrison moved closer to my station, scanning through the digital logs on my screen. "How many other vessels have acknowledged these transmissions?" he asked. I pulled up the frequency log. 2 cargo ships had responded, along with an Italian patrol boat, all confirming they'd received the distress calls and were adjusting course to assist. Morrison nodded slowly, then did something I'd never seen in my 6 years at sea. He reached over and started deleting entries from our communication log, not just archiving or marking them classified, actually removing them from our system entirely. "Sir, those are official maritime records," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We're required by international law to maintain those." He didn't even look at me, just kept clicking delete. "No, what we're required to do is protect our passengers from unnecessary panic. News about a competitor's crisis could cause chaos on our ship. Imagine if 4,000 people suddenly decided they wanted off." Garrison returned, slipping his phone into his jacket pocket. "The situation is being handled through proper channels," he announced, though his tone suggested those channels had nothing to do with maritime safety. "From this moment forward, we received no distress calls tonight. Our logs will show routine commercial traffic only. The Ocean Harmony situation doesn't concern us." He turned to Brandon, who was now awake and looking confused. "That goes for you too. You were asleep. You heard nothing." Brandon glanced at me, then back at Garrison and simply nodded. Smart kid. He had a family back in the States and needed this job. Garrison pulled out a tablet and had us both sign something labeled as a communications protocol review, corporate speak for a gag order. The document was pages long, filled with legal language about proprietary information and competitive intelligence. Nowhere did it mention the 17 missing people who were somewhere out there in the dark Mediterranean waters. For the next 2 hours, I sat at my station listening to the ongoing search and rescue operations while pretending to monitor routine channels. The Ocean Harmony's transmissions grew more frantic. They'd found personal items floating in the water: shoes, a handbag, what looked like pieces of clothing. The Italian Coast Guard had deployed helicopters with searchlights, sweeping the dark waters in expanding grid patterns. A Norwegian cargo vessel reported possible debris about 2 miles from the Ocean Harmony's position. Through it all, I maintained our fake log, entering fictional routine communications while the real crisis unfolded in my headphones. Around 4:30 a.m., Garrison finally left, but not before reminding me that my contract included substantial financial penalties for violating confidentiality agreements. Morrison stayed until his shift ended at 6 a.m., sitting in the corner where Brandon had been, occasionally glancing at me to make sure I was following orders. When my replacement arrived at 8 a.m., a cheerful woman named Janet who had no idea what had transpired during the night, I handed over the falsified log without a word. Walking back to my cabin, I passed hundreds of passengers heading to breakfast, laughing, taking selfies, completely unaware that just 40 miles away, families were receiving the worst news of their lives. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those 17 people. Were they traveling together? Were they strangers who'd met the same fate? The Ocean Harmony's manifest would list them as missing, their cabins would be sealed, and somewhere, 17 families would be destroyed. I lay in my narrow bunk, staring at the ceiling, listening to the constant rumble of our engines. Every cruise ship has cameras covering almost every inch of public space. For 17 people to disappear without being caught on a single camera meant either a massive technical failure or something far more orchestrated. That evening, I made a decision that probably ended my maritime career. Before my shift, I stopped by an internet cafe in port. We docked in Valletta, Malta for the day. Using a prepaid connection that couldn't be traced back to me, I searched for news about the Ocean Harmony. Nothing. Not a single article, blog post, or social media mention about missing passengers. I checked maritime incident databases, Coast Guard reports, even shipping industry forums where sailors gossip about everything. The rescue operation I'd listened to for hours, involving multiple vessels and helicopters, had left no digital footprint whatsoever. The Ocean Harmony was listed as operating normally, currently docked in Marseille according to the Port Authority website. Either everyone involved had agreed to bury this story, or something even stranger was happening. I spent €30 printing out everything I could find about the ship's recent movements, passenger reviews from previous cruises, anything that might explain what I'd heard. When I returned to the ship for my evening shift, Garrison was waiting in the communications room. He wasn't alone. 2 security officers flanked him, and there were boxes stacked near my station. "We're upgrading the equipment," he said, though his smile never reached his eyes. "You'll be transferred to the Celestial Dream, departing from Barcelona next week. Promotion to Senior Communications Officer, 20% pay increase." It wasn't a promotion, it was exile. They were separating me from Brandon, from anyone who knew about that night. The security officers watched as I packed my personal items from the desk drawers, photos, my coffee mug, the notebook where I'd transcribed those desperate calls. Garrison held out his hand for the notebook. When I hesitated, one of the security officers stepped forward. I handed it over. Garrison flipped through it, tore out the pages with my handwriting from that night, and fed them into a shredder that had mysteriously appeared in our usually equipment-only room. The next 6 days before my transfer were surreal. I worked my shifts, maintained the logs, acted normal. But every night I'd lie awake wondering how many other communications officers had heard similar calls and been silenced. How many missing passenger cases were being erased from existence? On my last night aboard the Meridian Pearl, Brandon found me during dinner. He slipped me a USB drive hidden inside a napkin, whispered, "Backup from that night," and walked away. I never saw him again. I quit 3 months later. Couldn't handle the weight of what I knew. The USB drive contained 4 hours of recordings. Every transmission from the Ocean Harmony, every coordinate, every desperate plea for help. I've shared it with journalists, maritime safety organizations, even law enforcement. They all say the same thing. Without official logs or corroborating evidence, it's just audio that could be fabricated. 17 people vanished that night, and the only proof sits in a safety deposit box in Geneva, waiting for someone to believe it's real. The galley kitchens on cruise ships become your entire world after a while, and I'd been running them for 12 years when everything went to hell that April morning in 2023. I was 43, divorced, and honestly preferred the constant motion of the sea to any apartment back in Boston. Most people don't realize that executive chefs on these massive vessels oversee operations that feed 4,000 passengers and 1,500 crew members every single day. We're talking about 21 restaurants, 800 pounds of lobster per voyage, and a supply chain that would make most hotel managers weep. I'd worked my way up from a line cook on smaller boats to managing the entire food operation on one of the industry's flagship vessels. The money was excellent, the team respected me, and I genuinely loved watching sunrise through the porthole windows while inspecting the morning bread production. That particular Monday started like any other, with me arriving at the main galley at 4:30 a.m., my clipboard ready for inventory checks, completely unaware that within 6 hours I'd be facing the kind of decision that destroys careers and maybe lives. The first complaint came through at 10:15, just as breakfast service was winding down and we were prepping for the lunch rush. Nancy, one of our guest services coordinators, appeared at my office door with that particular expression that meant trouble, her usually bright face pulled tight with concern, her fingers drumming against her radio. A family of 5 from Deck 7 had reported severe stomach problems after eating at the Sunrise Buffet, and they weren't the only ones. Within 20 minutes, my phone was ringing nonstop, and the medical bay started sending urgent messages about passengers flooding in with violent symptoms, vomiting, severe cramping, some people collapsing in hallways. Dr. Brennan, our chief medical officer, a former Navy surgeon who never panicked about anything, called me directly and said we might be looking at over 60 cases already, with more coming every minute. The pattern was clear. Everyone affected had eaten breakfast between 7 and 9 that morning, mostly from the main buffet, but some from our specialty restaurants too. I immediately initiated our containment protocol, shutting down all food service except for sealed beverages and prepackaged items, then assembled my senior staff in the main prep kitchen to figure out what the hell had gone wrong. We pulled every single item that had been served that morning: eggs, bacon, sausages, fruit salads, pastries, yogurt parfaits, everything. My sous chef Kevin and I personally inspected each batch, checking temperatures, examining prep logs, even tasting small samples ourselves despite the risk. The scrambled eggs looked perfect, fluffy and yellow like always. The bacon was crispy. The hollandaise sauce had been made fresh at 6 a.m. exactly according to protocol. Every temperature log showed proper readings. All the HACCP charts were filled out correctly. Timestamps matched. Signatures were in place. But something was catastrophically wrong, and the numbers kept climbing. Dr. Brennan's latest update put us at 143 passengers affected, with 12 in critical condition. The captain had already notified corporate headquarters and the nearest port authority, and I knew that within hours we'd have health inspectors crawling through every inch of my kitchens. The weird thing was that my staff seemed unusually quiet during our emergency meeting, avoiding eye contact in a way that made the hair on my neck stand up. Kevin pulled me aside near the walk-in freezers while the others were gathering samples for testing, his face pale and sweaty, in a way that had nothing to do with the kitchen heat. He'd been with me for 3 years, a solid professional who'd never given me any reason to doubt him. But now, he kept glancing at the security cameras like he was checking their positions. "Chef, we need to talk, but not here," he whispered, gesturing toward the loading dock area where deliveries came in during port days. I followed him through the maze of storage rooms, past the blast chillers and the dry goods storage, until we reached a corner where the camera coverage had a known blind spot, something I'd reported to management months ago but they'd never fixed. Kevin rubbed his face hard with both hands before speaking, and when he finally looked at me, I saw genuine fear in his eyes. "The delivery last Friday in Port Canaveral," he started, his voice barely audible over the distant hum of refrigeration units. "Corporate made us take a shipment that wasn't on our manifest. 3 pallets of frozen proteins, no proper documentation, just a verbal order from someone way above our pay grade." I stared at him, trying to process what he was telling me while my phone buzzed incessantly with updates from the crisis. Kevin continued, explaining how the night shift had been instructed to use these unmarked packages for the breakfast sausages and meat preparations, mixing them with our regular stock to stretch the inventory through the next 2 weeks at sea. The packages had arrived partially thawed, he said, with ice crystals melting and refreezing in patterns that suggested multiple temperature breaks during transport. But here's where it got worse. Our night supervisor, Robert, had been specifically told by someone in corporate procurement to bypass the usual receiving protocols, skip the temperature checks, and just get everything into the freezers before the morning shift arrived. Kevin showed me photos on his phone that he'd taken secretly. Boxes with labels that had been peeled off and replaced, dates that looked altered with different ink, and most disturbing of all, a faint stamp on one box that appeared to be from a supplier we'd blacklisted 2 years ago for repeated safety violations. The more he talked, the clearer it became that this wasn't just negligence or a mistake. This was deliberate, systematic corner-cutting to save money, and now people were seriously ill because of it. The head of guest services burst through the dock door before I could respond to Kevin, her face flushed and panicked. "Chef, we have 3 passengers being airlifted to shore right now," she gasped, clutching her chest as she caught her breath. 2 elderly women and a 7-year-old boy, all in critical condition with severe dehydration and organ stress. The Coast Guard is 30 minutes out. The weight of those words hit me like a physical blow. A child was fighting for his life because of food that came from my kitchens. food that I was responsible for, even if I hadn't known about the contaminated shipment. I thought about my own nephew, just about that age, and felt bile rise in my throat. Behind her, I could see other department heads gathering in the main galley, including our hotel director, Mr. Fitzgerald, a company man through and through who'd been with the cruise line for 25 years. He caught my eye through the doorway and made a subtle cutting motion across his throat, a clear message to keep quiet about whatever I might have discovered. The ship's internet had already been throttled to prevent passengers from posting on social media, and I knew from experience that corporate's crisis management team was probably already crafting a story about an isolated norovirus outbreak, completely unrelated to food handling. I walked back into the main galley, my mind racing through the implications of what I knew versus what I was expected to do. Mr. Pahu. Fitzgerald immediately cornered me near the pass where we usually plated desserts, speaking in that smooth, practiced tone that company executives perfect after years of handling disasters. "Chef, the testing lab will be here within the hour," he said, straightening his tie with manicured fingers that had never touched a hot pan. "They'll find nothing because there's nothing to find. Our supplies are all properly sourced, properly stored, and properly prepared. Whatever made these people sick came from somewhere else. Perhaps they ate at port yesterday. Perhaps it's viral. Your kitchens are spotless. Your procedures are impeccable. And that's exactly what you'll tell the investigators." He placed a hand on my shoulder, squeezing just hard enough to convey threat rather than comfort. "You've got 14 years until full pension, if I remember correctly. Your son's at Northwestern University studying medicine, expensive school. It would be unfortunate if budget cuts forced us to restructure the galley management." The message was crystal clear. Play along or lose everything I'd worked for, everything my family depended on. My phone rang with another call from Dr. Brennan, and this time his voice had lost all professional composure. "We're at 208 cases now, and I need to know what they ate because standard food poisoning treatment isn't working," he said urgently. "Some passengers are showing unusual symptoms. Their white blood cell counts are through the roof. Liver enzymes are spiking in ways I've never seen from typical bacteria. Whatever this is, it's not Salmonella or E. coli or any of the usual suspects." I could hear chaos in the background of his call, alarms beeping, people retching, someone crying hysterically. Meanwhile, Fitzgerald stood 3 feet away from me, arms crossed, watching my every expression. I told Dr. Brennan I'd get back to him and hung up, my mind churning through the horrible calculus of this situation. If I stayed quiet, more people might get sick from the remaining contaminated stock still in our freezers. But if I spoke up, corporate would destroy me financially and professionally, blacklisting me from every cruise line and major hotel chain they had connections with, which was basically all of them. They'd paint me as a negligent chef who'd failed to maintain standards, making me the scapegoat while the executives who'd actually ordered the corrupt shipment remained untouched in their shoreside offices. The health inspectors arrived faster than expected, a team of 3 officials in Navy windbreakers who immediately commandeered my office and started demanding documentation. I handed over everything they asked for, the filtered version, the official logs that showed perfect compliance, while the real evidence Kevin had shown me burned like acid in my consciousness. They took samples from every station, swabbed surfaces, checked temperatures, interviewed my staff who all stuck to the script with practiced efficiency. During a brief break, I excused myself and went to the crew bathroom, where I found Kevin's assistant, Maria, crying in one of the stalls. She'd been working the night shift when the contaminated meat came in, and through her tears, she told me that Robert had made them repackage everything, transferring the suspicious proteins into our standard containers with our regular labels. He said it was a special arrangement to help the company during supply chain problems, she sobbed, mascara streaming down her cheeks. But chef, some of those packages, they smelled wrong even while frozen, like ammonia mixed with something sweet and rotten. We tried to refuse, but Robert said we'd all be fired and put off at the next port without our wages. She showed me videos on her phone that she'd secretly recorded, timestamp showing 3:47 a.m. last Saturday, of Robert and two other supervisors literally peeling labels off boxes and replacing them with fresh ones from our standard supplier. I made a decision in that bathroom that would change everything. I told Maria to send me those videos immediately, then walked back to my office where the inspectors were still working. Mr. Fitzgerald had positioned himself in the corner, supposedly reviewing paperwork but really monitoring every word I said. I pulled out my personal laptop, not the company one, and started compiling everything. Kevin's photos, Maria's videos, screenshots of the altered delivery manifests, even recordings I'd made of previous conversations where corporate had pushed us to cut costs. The lead inspector, a woman named Diane with 30 years of experience and eyes that missed nothing, noticed my agitation. "Chef, is there something you'd like to share with us?" she asked quietly, and I saw Fitzgerald tense up, his hand moving to his phone, probably to alert legal. I looked at Diane, then at Fitzgerald, then thought about that 7-year-old boy fighting for his life in a helicopter somewhere over the ocean. "Yes," I said, my voice steadier than I expected. "But I need protection from retaliation, and I need it in writing before I show you what really happened here." The room went completely silent, except for the distant sound of the ship's engines, and I could practically hear my career crumbling like overbaked pastry. What happened next was like watching a dam burst in slow motion. Diane immediately called for federal marshals who were apparently already on standby at the nearest port, then began documenting everything while Fitzgerald tried desperately to reach corporate legal on his phone. Within an hour, they'd seized all the remaining contaminated products, locked down the entire kitchen operation, and started interviewing every single member of my staff separately. The truth came pouring out. Apparently, this wasn't the first time, just the first time people had gotten this sick. Robert, when faced with federal charges, cracked completely and admitted that corporate had been doing this for 18 months across their entire fleet, saving approximately $12 million by purchasing rejected and expired proteins through shell companies and relabeling them. The ammonia smell Maria had noticed was from chemicals used to mask decomposition, a practice that's literally criminal in food service. Dr. Brennan later confirmed that the unusual symptoms were from a rare bacteria that only develops in meat that's been thawed and refrozen multiple times in contaminated conditions. By evening, FBI agents had boarded the ship, and Fitzgerald was in custody along with 3 other executives who'd tried to destroy evidence. The 7-year-old boy survived after intensive treatment, though his family would deal with complications for months. The cruise line tried to fire me the next day, but the whistleblower protection Diane had arranged held firm, and the story exploded across international news within 72 hours. I testified in federal court 6 months later, providing evidence that led to criminal charges against 14 corporate executives and a complete restructuring of the company's food safety protocols. The cruise line paid out $300 million in settlements and criminal fines, and new federal regulations were passed requiring independent food safety audits for all cruise operations. I never worked on a ship again. No cruise line would touch me after I'd exposed the industry's dirty secret, but I found something better. Now I run a food safety consulting firm that trains kitchen staff to recognize and report exactly these kinds of violations, and Maria works with me as my lead inspector. Kevin took over as executive chef on a competitor's ship, where he implemented the strictest food safety standards in the fleet. Sometimes I miss the sunrise through those porthole windows and the rhythm of life at sea, but then I remember that little boy's family sending me a photo of him on his 8th birthday, healthy and grinning with cake all over his face. That photo sits on my desk now, reminding me every day that some things matter more than careers or corporate loyalty. The galley might have been my whole world once, but saving lives by speaking truth became my purpose, even if it meant I'd never sail again. February 2016 was when everything went sideways for me. I was 34, recently divorced, and desperately needed the money when I took that job as a night watchman on the Oceanic Pearl, one of those massive cruise ships that holds about 4,000 passengers. The pay was decent, better than anything I could find on land at the time, and they were offering 6-month contracts with overtime guaranteed. I'd worked security at a mall in Phoenix before, nothing fancy, just checking doors and walking around empty corridors at night. The cruise line job seemed like the same deal, except floating. My buddy Frank had done it for 2 years and said it was easy money. Just patrol the decks, make sure drunk passengers got back to their rooms safely, and keep an eye on restricted areas. Simple enough, right? The first 3 weeks were exactly what I expected. I'd start my shift at 11 p.m., do my rounds through the passenger decks, check the pool areas, make sure nobody was climbing on railings or doing anything stupid after too many drinks at the bars. Most nights I'd help maybe 2 or 3 people who couldn't find their cabin, guide them back while they rambled about how amazing their vacation was. The ship had this whole city inside it, restaurants, theaters, casinos, shopping areas, and at night, when most passengers were asleep, it became this quiet, humming maze of corridors and stairwells. I actually enjoyed those first weeks, walking through the empty spaces, listening to the ocean through the walls, feeling the slight sway under my feet. It was peaceful in a way that my life hadn't been for a while. It was a Wednesday night in my 4th week when I first noticed something weird. I was doing my usual patrol near the aft section of Deck 5 when I saw 2 crew members I recognized from the entertainment staff, a guy named Victor from Romania and a woman called Sophia from Greece. They were practically carrying this passenger, a middle-aged woman in a sparkly dress who could barely stand. Now I'd seen plenty of drunk passengers, but this was different. Her head was completely limp, rolling back and forth with each step, and her feet were dragging on the carpet. I started walking toward them to help, figured they were taking her to the medical center on Deck 2, but then they turned left instead of right. Left led to a service elevator that went down to the crew quarters and storage areas, definitely not where passengers belonged. When I called out to them, Victor just looked at me, put his finger to his lips, and shook his head. Sophia mouthed something that looked like special arrangement, and they disappeared into the elevator. The next morning, I mentioned it to Gary, the security supervisor who worked days. He'd been with the cruise line for 15 years, knew everything about everything. Gary just laughed it off, told me sometimes VIP passengers get special recovery services when they party too hard. Private medical attention in better-equipped rooms away from the regular medical bay. He said the cruise line didn't advertise it, but wealthy passengers paid extra for discretion when they got too wasted. Made sense at the time, I guess. Rich people always got different treatment, and the cruise industry was all about keeping high rollers happy. But something about the way Victor had looked at me stuck in my mind. It wasn't conspiratorial, like we were in on some secret together. It was more like a warning, like I should mind my own business and forget what I saw. 2 nights later, it happened again. Different crew members this time. Guys from the restaurant staff I'd seen around but didn't know by name. They had a young man, maybe 25, wearing an expensive-looking suit that was all disheveled. This time I was closer, could see his face clearly under the corridor lights. His eyes were open but completely unfocused, pupils dilated so wide they looked black. Drool was running down his chin. The weird part was how systematic they were about it. One guy had him under the arms, the other had his legs, and they were moving fast, efficient, like they'd done this many times before. They took the same service elevator, going down to the restricted areas. I followed them this time, took the stairs down to Deck 1, but when I got there, the corridor was empty. Just the hum of the engines and the smell of industrial cleaning products. There were dozens of doors down there, storage rooms, crew quarters, mechanical areas. They could have gone anywhere. I started paying more attention after that, changing my patrol routes to spend more time near those service elevators. Over the next week, I saw it happen 4 more times. Always late, always between 2 and 4 a.m. when the ship was quietest. Always crew members from different departments, entertainment, food service, housekeeping, carrying passengers who were beyond drunk, practically unconscious. And always down to the restricted areas below the passenger decks. I started keeping notes in my phone, writing down dates, times, descriptions of the passengers. There was a pattern forming that I couldn't ignore. The passengers were always alone, always wearing expensive clothes or jewelry, always so intoxicated they couldn't speak or walk. And here's what really got me. I never saw any of them again during the rest of the cruise. Now, it's a big ship, sure, but I had a good memory for faces, especially ones I'd seen in such strange circumstances. The breaking point came on a Saturday night, almost 6 weeks into my contract. I was near the casino on deck 8 when I saw them carrying a woman who looked exactly like someone I'd helped earlier that same night. Around midnight, she'd been tipsy but coherent, asking me for directions to her cabin. She'd shown me her key card, cabin 742, and I'd walked her there myself. She was traveling alone, she told me, a recent widow spending some of her husband's life insurance on a trip she'd always dreamed about. Now, at 3:30 a.m., here she was being carried by 2 crew members, completely unconscious, wearing the same silver dress. This time, I didn't hesitate. I stepped right in front of them, badge out, and demanded to know where they were taking her. The taller one, a Lithuanian guy from maintenance, just stared at me. The other one, someone from the spa staff, actually smiled. Not a friendly smile, but the kind that made your spine go rigid. "Step aside," the Lithuanian said, his accent thick. "This is authorized." When I asked for what authorization, whose authorization, he pulled out a radio and spoke rapidly in a language I didn't understand. Within 2 minutes, Gary appeared, which was strange because Gary never worked nights. He was wearing regular clothes, not his uniform, and his face was all business. He pulled me aside, gripped tight on my arm, and walked me away from the crew members who continued on with the woman. "Listen to me very carefully," he said, and his voice was different, harder than I'd ever heard it. "You're going to forget what you saw. You're going to go back to your normal patrol route, and you're going to stop making notes about things that don't concern you." When I protested that this was my job, that something illegal was happening, he leaned in close. "Your job is whatever we say it is. You've got 4 months left on your contract. You can finish it quietly and get your bonus, or you can be terminated at the next port for insubordination. No references, no final pay, and good luck explaining to your next employer why you got fired from a cruise ship." Then he said something that really chilled me. "That ex-wife of yours back in Phoenix, she's getting those alimony payments on time, right? Be a shame if you couldn't keep up with them." I went back to my cabin that morning and sat on my narrow bunk, trying to process what was happening. The threat was clear, but the reality of it was hitting me hard. I needed this job. The divorce had cleaned me out, and those alimony payments were court-ordered. If I lost this gig, I'd be in contempt of court within 2 months. But those passengers, something was happening to them. I couldn't just ignore it. I decided to be smarter about it. Instead of confronting anyone directly, I'd gather evidence quietly. I started using my phone to record videos during my patrols, keeping it in my chest pocket with the camera slightly exposed. I'd walk by those service elevators, hoping to catch something on film. For 3 nights, nothing. Then on night 4, I got lucky. Or unlucky, depending on how you look at it. I captured clear footage of 3 crew members carrying an unconscious man into the service elevator. His wallet had fallen out of his pocket, and one of them picked it up, pulled out the cash, and tossed the wallet into a trash bin. That was straight-up theft. No way to explain that away as VIP service. The next morning, we docked at Nassau. I had 6 hours of shore leave and used it to find an internet cafe away from the ship's Wi-Fi. I uploaded the video to my cloud storage and emailed copies to myself at 3 different email addresses. Then I did something else. I searched for news about missing cruise passengers. What I found made me sick. Over the past 2 years, 17 passengers had gone missing from various ships operated by our cruise line. The official reports always said the same thing: passenger disembarked at port and failed to return, or voluntary disembarkation documented. But family members were quoted saying their loved ones would never just leave, that their belongings were still in their cabins, that something was wrong. One woman's daughter said her mother had called her the night before she supposedly disembarked voluntarily in Jamaica, excited about the formal dinner that evening. She never made it to dinner, and according to the cruise line, she'd left the ship at 6 a.m. the next morning. No security footage, no witnesses, just a notation in the ship's log. I knew I had to do something, but I also knew I was trapped on that ship for another 4 months. Going to the authorities at port seemed like the obvious choice, but I needed more evidence, something undeniable. That night, I did something stupid but necessary. I waited until 3 a.m., then used my security override to access the passenger manifest system. I looked up the woman from cabin 7412, the widow I'd tried to help. According to the system, she had disembarked that morning in Nassau. Voluntary departure, no forwarding address, no contact with the cruise line needed. But I'd seen her being carried unconscious just hours before we docked. Her cabin had already been cleaned and prepared for a new passenger arriving that day. I checked the others I'd made notes about. All of them showed the same thing. Voluntary disembarkation at various ports, always within 24 hours of when I'd seen them being carried away. The pattern was clear and horrifying. They were taking passengers who were alone, getting them severely intoxicated somehow, and then making them disappear at port, probably dumping them somewhere or selling them to human traffickers. The cruise line was covering it up with false records. My last night on the ship came sooner than expected. 3 days after Nassau, Gary came to my cabin with 2 other security officers. They searched everything, found my backup phone hidden in my mattress with all the videos and notes. Gary deleted everything while the others held me against the wall. "You're done," he said. "Next port is Cozumel. You're getting off there. Your final pay is forfeit due to breach of contract. We found evidence you've been stealing from passenger cabins." I started to protest, but he cut me off. "That's the story if you try to make trouble. We have your fingerprints on items from 3 different cabins where valuables went missing. You think anyone will believe a disgruntled fired security guard over a multi-billion-dollar cruise line?" They escorted me to a storage room in the crew area and locked me in. No phone, no way to contact anyone. They brought me food twice a day and let me use the bathroom under guard. When we docked at Cozumel, they marched me off the ship with just my passport and the clothes I was wearing, handed me $200 cash, and told me if I ever tried to contact the authorities or the media, they'd make sure I was arrested for theft. It took me 3 days to get back to Phoenix using the $200 for bus tickets and gas station food. When I got home, I found an email waiting in one of my backup accounts. The cloud storage links I'd sent from Nassau were still active. They'd deleted everything on my phones but hadn't known about the uploads. I had the video of them stealing from the unconscious passenger, plus all my notes with dates and times. I spent weeks trying to figure out what to do with it. Went to the FBI field office in Phoenix, but they said maritime crimes were complicated, especially in international waters. Tried calling journalists, but nobody wanted to touch a story about a major cruise line without more proof. The few who showed interest backed off quickly, said their editors wouldn't run it. I even contacted a maritime lawyer who told me bluntly that suing would be pointless. The cruise line would bury me in legal fees, and those employment contracts have arbitration clauses that basically sign away your right to sue anyway. Eventually, I gave up trying to go through official channels. But I couldn't just let it go completely. I started posting on cruise forums and travel warning sites, using anonymous accounts and VPNs, sharing what I'd witnessed without naming the specific cruise line. My lawyer had warned me about defamation suits. Some people believed me, others called me a conspiracy theorist, but every few months I'd see another news story about a missing cruise passenger, another voluntary disembarkation that didn't make sense. I know what's happening on those ships. Crew members are drugging solitary passengers, probably with something slipped into their drinks at the bars, then robbing them and getting rid of them at ports. Maybe they're selling them to traffickers. Maybe they're just dumping them unconscious in dangerous areas where they become robbery victims or worse. The cruise line covers it up, doctors the records, and threatens anyone who tries to speak up. I still have that video saved in a dozen different places, waiting for the day someone with real power decides to investigate. Until then, I tell anyone who will listen, If you're traveling alone on a cruise, never accept a drink you didn't see poured, never get severely intoxicated, and always make sure someone on land knows where you are. Because once you disappear at sea, you're just another voluntary disembarkation in the ship's log, and nobody's coming to look for you. I need everyone here to understand that what I'm about to share cost me my career, my reputation, and probably my sanity. 10 months ago, I was working security on the Atlantic Empress, one of those massive floating cities that carries 4,000 passengers plus crew. I'd been doing maritime security for 12 years before that. Started in the Coast Guard, then moved to commercial vessels. The pay was decent. The work was usually straightforward. Drunk passengers getting rowdy, occasional theft from staterooms, maybe a fight at the casino. Nothing could have prepared me for what happened during that voyage from New York to Bermuda. I still wake up at night thinking about Cabin 8247, about the Anderson family, and about how 4 people can simply stop existing while surrounded by thousands of others. The call came in around 10:30 p.m. on our second night at sea. I was doing my rounds on Deck 9 when my radio crackled. Housekeeping was reporting an issue with a stateroom on Deck 8. The night supervisor, a woman named Yolanda who'd been with the cruise line for 20 years, said something was wrong with one of the family suites. She wouldn't elaborate over the radio, just kept insisting I needed to come down immediately. Her voice had this edge to it that I'd never heard before. When I got there, she was standing outside 8247 with 2 of her staff members. They all had the same expression, confused and genuinely disturbed. Yolanda handed me the master keycard without saying a word and just pointed at the door. When I opened that cabin, I expected maybe vandalism, a medical emergency, or even a crime scene. What I found was nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing. The suite was pristine, like it had just been prepared for new passengers. The beds were made with fresh linens, corners tucked military style. The bathroom had wrapped soaps, folded towel arrangements, those little shampoo bottles lined up perfectly. The closets were empty, hangers evenly spaced. Even the welcome basket with the champagne bottle sat untouched on the coffee table. The promotional cruise materials fanned out like a deck of cards. But here's what made everyone uncomfortable. The manifest showed the Andersons had checked in 36 hours ago. A family of 4 from Michigan. Parents in their 40s, 2 teenage kids. I pulled up their records on my tablet right there in the doorway. Everything looked normal at first glance. They'd completed online check-in 2 weeks prior, uploaded their passport photos, selected their dinner seating. The embarkation system showed them boarding at 2:47 p.m. on departure day. Their keycards had been activated. Their safety drill attendance was marked complete. The dining system even showed they'd eaten dinner the first night. Table 42 in the main dining room. Orders placed at 7:23 p.m. The father had the salmon. The mother chose pasta primavera. The kids both got burgers. Their server, a guy named Antonio from Portugal, had even noted that they'd mentioned celebrating their daughter's acceptance to college. But standing in that empty cabin, none of it made sense. I immediately called the bridge and requested a full security protocol. Within minutes, I had 3 more officers with me, and we began a systematic search. We pulled the keycard logs for cabin 8247. The last entry was at 9:14 p.m. the previous night, right after dinner. The hallway cameras? Here's where things got weird. The footage showed the Andersons returning to their cabin at 9:14 p.m., exactly matching the keycard data. 4 people walked down that corridor. I watched it myself at least a dozen times. They were laughing about something. The father had his arm around his son's shoulder. They entered the cabin, the door closed, and that was it. No one left that room according to the cameras. But the next footage, from Yolanda's team arriving at 10:15 p.m. tonight to do turn-down service, showed them entering an already empty cabin. We reviewed every single camera on the ship, every elevator, every stairwell, every public area. The Andersons appeared in multiple locations throughout the first day and a half. The pool deck, the buffet for breakfast, walking through the promenade. The son played basketball with other teens at the sports court. The mother got a coffee at the cafe on deck 6 around 3 p.m. on day 2. But after they entered their cabin at 9:14 p.m., they never appeared on another camera. I had my team check everything. The medical center in case they'd had an emergency, the brig in case something had happened that wasn't logged, even the crew areas in case they'd somehow wandered where passengers shouldn't go. We discreetly checked other passenger cabins near 8247, thinking maybe there'd been a mix-up with room numbers. Nothing. 4 people had simply vanished from a locked metal box floating in the middle of the ocean. The chief security officer, a former Navy man named Douglas Crawford, took over the investigation around midnight. He brought in the hotel director, the staff captain, and eventually even woke up the captain himself. The entire senior leadership was now in the security office, watching the same footage, reviewing the same records, coming to the same impossible conclusion. Crawford made the call to begin interviewing staff members who'd had any interaction with the Andersons. That's when the inconsistencies started piling up. Antonio, the waiter from dinner, swore he'd served them both nights. He described their conversations in detail, mentioned the father was from Detroit, worked in automotive manufacturing. But the dining room manager showed us the system. Only 1 dinner was logged. When we checked Antonio's other tables from the second night, table 42 was marked as vacant, never seated. The pool attendant, a kid named Jeremy from California, remembered the son because they'd talked about surfing. He insisted he'd seen him at the pool that very afternoon, around 2 p.m. But when we checked the towel checkout system, the Andersons' cards had only registered on day 1. The spa had a booking for Mrs. Anderson for a massage at 4 p.m. on day 2. The therapist, Helen, said she'd waited 45 minutes, but the woman never showed. Yet Helen's colleague, working the next station, swore she'd seen Mrs. Anderson leaving the spa around 5 p.m., looking relaxed and thanking the staff. The boutique clerk had a receipt showing Mr. Anderson bought a watch that afternoon, paid with his key card, signature on file. But inventory showed that exact watch still in the display case, and the transaction wasn't in the point-of-sale system anymore, just the paper receipt that shouldn't have existed. By 3 a.m., Crawford pulled me aside into his private office. His face was gray and he looked older than I'd ever seen him. He told me that in 30 years of maritime security, he'd encountered 3 similar situations. Never 4 people at once, but passengers who just stopped existing. The cruise line had a protocol for this, he said, though it wasn't in any manual I'd ever read. We were to document everything, secure all evidence, and then wait for instructions from corporate. He made me sign something right there, a document I'd never seen before, with legal language about proprietary information and national maritime security. The way his hands trembled when he handed me the pen told me this was bigger than just our ship. He said corporate would handle the family notifications, that there would be a cover story about a medical evacuation by helicopter that happened while most passengers were asleep. The next morning came too fast. At 6 a.m., 2 men in suits boarded via the pilot boat. They weren't introduced to anyone, just went straight to the security office with Crawford. By 7 a.m., the Andersons' cabin was being occupied by a different family, the Washingtons from Oregon, who'd supposedly won a last-minute upgrade in a contest nobody remembered running. The crew members who'd reported inconsistencies were all called in for individual meetings. When they came out, they wouldn't talk about what was discussed, just went back to work like nothing had happened. Antonio suddenly remembered he'd been confused. That table 42 had been empty the second night after all. Jeremy admitted he must have mixed up the days. Helen's colleague realized she'd been mistaken about seeing Mrs. Anderson. The receipt from the boutique had disappeared, and the clerk insisted he'd never made that sale. I was given 2 choices that afternoon in Crawford's office, with those 2 suits standing behind him like gargoyles. Option 1, accept a promotion to a shoreside position with a 50% pay increase, full relocation package, and a glowing recommendation. Option 2, refuse and face immediate termination for security protocol violations they'd already documented against me. violations that hadn't existed an hour earlier. The catch with option 1? I had to sign another document, this one stating that the Anderson family had never boarded the Atlantic Empress. That cabin 8247 had been vacant due to a booking error, and that any suggestion otherwise would result in criminal prosecution for fraud and defamation. They had a psychiatrist ready to declare me unfit for duty if I chose wrong. Crawford wouldn't even look at me while they explained this. He just stared at his desk, jaw clenched so tight I could hear his teeth grinding. I took the promotion, God help me. Moved to a desk job in Seattle, never set foot on another ship. But I kept copies of everything, the original passenger manifest, the security footage on a drive I smuggled off the ship, the keycard logs, even photos of that impossible receipt. The Andersons were real. They boarded that ship. They ate in that dining room. They walked those corridors. And then somewhere between 9:14 p.m. when they entered their cabin and 10:15 p.m. when housekeeping found it empty, they ceased to exist in our reality. The cruise line knows this happens. They have a system for it. People who come aboard to clean it up, documents ready to silence anyone who asks questions. I've spent months trying to find the Andersons' family, friends, anyone who knew them. But every lead goes cold. It's like they never existed anywhere except on that ship for those 36 hours. Whatever took them, whatever happened in cabin 8247, the Atlantic Empress is still sailing, still carrying thousands of passengers who have no idea that some of them might simply disappear between one heartbeat and the next. I've worked on ships most of my adult life, and at the time of this story, I was serving as the chief engineer on a mid-sized cruise liner. The job wasn't glamorous. Most of my days were buried in noise, heat, and the constant vibration of the engine room. I lived for the routine, though. The checklist every morning, the hum of the machinery when everything was running right, the sense of responsibility that came with keeping the ship moving. It was during one of those routine maintenance checks, the kind you could almost do with your eyes closed, that things went very wrong. That day I remember stepping into the engine room with a mug of coffee that had already gone cold. The air was heavy, thick with oil and the faint metallic tang of heated steel. I was going over the generator's auxiliary system, something that should have been simple, but the pressure readings didn't match the logbooks. At first I thought it was just my eyes. Maybe I hadn't slept enough, but the numbers were way out of range. I leaned closer, listening to the uneven rattle of the machinery, and before I had the chance to shut things down, there was a snap so loud it felt like a gunshot. The sound was followed by a rush of steam and a jolt that knocked me back against the wall. When the emergency lock kicked in, sealing off the compartment, I realized I was trapped inside. My radio had slipped from my belt during the impact, skidding across the grated floor into a shallow pool of coolant. I could still hear the engines hammering away, steady as ever, but the room was filling with a thin mist that stung my throat every time I inhaled. My first thought was that someone would be on their way fast. Engine failures don't go unnoticed for long. But minutes kept passing. The lights above flickered, turning the room into a strange strobe of shadows and glints of metal. My watch ticked loud in the silence between the hums, and it hit me that nobody was coming right away. That's when I began noticing the little things. Gauges taped over, inspection tags with handwriting that didn't look like the usual signatures, dates that didn't line up. It wasn't just one oversight, it was deliberate. The logs had been padded, checks signed off without anyone actually doing them. Sitting there with my back against the trembling steel wall, it sank in that my accident wasn't just bad luck. It was the byproduct of someone cutting corners. I tried forcing the hatch open, but the emergency seal held tight, locking with a mechanical finality that told me I wasn't going anywhere until someone up top decided it was safe. My throat burned from the residue in the air, and every breath felt heavier than the last. I started pounding on the steel with a wrench, hoping the noise would carry, but all it did was echo back at me. It gave me too much time to think, and the more I thought, the clearer it became. Those logs hadn't just been fudged, they were falsified intentionally. probably to keep the ship on schedule. I'd heard rumors before. Engineers grumbling that inspections were rushed, or that management pressured crews to sign off on maintenance without shutting systems down, because downtime meant lost money. I always thought those stories were exaggerated, the kind of complaints guys made after long shifts. But sitting there, staring at the sloppy ink marks on tags that should have been official records, I couldn't deny it anymore. It was right in front of me, and now I was paying for it with every wheeze of my lungs. What really scared me was imagining how many other systems had been cleared the same way. If the auxiliary generator had been neglected, what about the emergency pumps, the lifeboat winches? The thought that passengers upstairs were trusting a ship being held together by forged paperwork was worse than my own situation. I couldn't stop picturing a full blackout in the middle of open water, alarms blaring while families lined up at lifeboats that might not even lower properly. Eventually, I heard voices faintly through the walls, muffled at first, then closer. They weren't rushing, though. It was almost casual, like they were debating what to do instead of scrambling to pull me out. That chilled me more than the steam. If they'd cut corners before, maybe rescuing me too quickly would raise questions they didn't want asked. I sat there gripping the wrench, not to defend myself, but because it was the only thing grounding me as I realized my accident wasn't just a fluke. It was a symptom of something bigger, and the people in charge might not be in any hurry to expose it. When they finally unsealed the hatch, 2 crewmen stood there, faces pale under the harsh fluorescent lights. They didn't look relieved to see me alive. More uneasy, like my survival complicated things. One of them, a younger guy named Ellis, muttered something about a malfunction as he helped me out, avoiding my eyes the whole time. The other scribbled notes on a clipboard without even glancing at the wrecked equipment. It felt rehearsed, like they already had a story prepared before opening that door. I expected to be rushed straight to medical, but instead they led me down a service corridor that bypassed most of the passenger areas. The doctor only showed up after a long delay, gave me a quick check and told me to rest. No real questions, no thorough examination, just a pat on the shoulder and a promise everything was handled. Lying there, my chest still raw from breathing in the fumes, I couldn't shake the thought that what they wanted most was for me to shut up and move on. The next morning, I went back to the engine room on my own. The section that nearly killed me had already been cleaned up, the tags replaced with fresh ones, dates neatly aligned this time. It looked like nothing had ever happened, but I knew the truth. I'd seen the altered logs, the fake signatures, the sloppy ink smears. Someone had buried the evidence overnight, and I realized if I spoke up too loudly, I might not have a career to return to, or worse, I might disappear into the sea like plenty of other problem ships conveniently lose. I never told the passengers. I couldn't. But after we docked, I turned in my resignation and walked away from that ship for good. To this day, I don't know how far up the chain the cover-up went, but I know what I saw down there wasn't a mistake. It was systematic. Every time I hear about another accident at sea, I wonder if the same shortcuts are still being taken, hidden behind polished brochures and promises of safety. I survived that night, but I'll never step foot in an engine room again. Back then, I worked as a safety officer on a passenger ship. It wasn't glamorous like people imagine. Most of my days were spent buried in manuals, making sure procedures were followed, and checking that drills didn't turn into chaos. I'd been on that particular contract for 3 months, and by then I had memorized every corner of the vessel, the narrow stairwells, the smell of oil near the engine access, even the echo of the PA system when announcements crackled late at night. Life at sea felt repetitive, but that repetition was supposed to mean safety. That was my job. Predictability, order, and control. Or at least that's what I thought. The incident happened during a mandatory lifeboat drill. These drills were routine, nothing the crew or passengers ever got excited about. My role was to oversee the release system, make sure each boat lowered smoothly into the water and came back up without a hitch. I remember standing near the launch mechanism, clipboard in hand, trying to ignore the grumbling of passengers who didn't understand why the process took so long. Everything was supposed to run by the book that day, except it didn't. The first jolt was so sudden that people screamed before they even realized what had happened. One of the lifeboats slammed down against the side of the ship, the cable grinding as if it had snapped halfway. The boat didn't detach completely, but it hung at an angle so sharp I could see two passengers gripping the rails with white knuckles. Another lifeboat, moments later, dropped so violently, it nearly crushed a deckhand who had been signaling with his flashlight. The sound was deafening, metal scraping against metal, followed by panicked shouts that rolled down the deck like a wave. I rushed toward the panel, my mind racing, but the override controls lagged as though the system had been neglected far too long. We managed to stop the drill before anyone was physically hurt, but the air was thick with fear and confusion. Passengers were escorted back inside while officers tried to reassure them it was only a mechanical error, but I knew better. The equipment didn't just fail out of nowhere. I had flagged those very cables in previous notes, pointing out the wear, the rust, the stiffness that meant inspections were overdue. And yet, the official logbook, the one I wasn't allowed to access directly, always showed every inspection as complete and passed. That was the first moment I realized something wasn't adding up. After the drill, a meeting was called in one of the small conference rooms reserved for crew briefings. The captain tried to keep the tone calm, but his jaw was tight the entire time. I sat near the back, listening as the chief engineer blamed unexpected stress on the system. That explanation didn't sit right with me. I had seen the frayed cables, the faded labels, the kind of small details you only notice when you actually spend hours inspecting equipment. When I spoke up and said those lifeboats should have been serviced weeks ago, the room went silent. Few officers glanced at me, then quickly looked away, like I had broken some unspoken rule. Later that evening, I decided to check the maintenance logs myself. Normally, those records were kept in a locked cabinet in the safety office, but I had a key as part of my role. When I pulled out the binder, the pages looked too perfect. Every inspection marked passed, every box ticked with the same neat handwriting. But here's the thing. I knew the officer whose signature was on the forms, and his handwriting had always been sloppy, barely legible. These entries looked like they had been copied straight from a template. I remember staring at the pages, realizing someone had gone to the trouble of forging entire months of inspections. The following day, I was summoned by my direct superior, a man named Captain Lewis. He wasn't unkind, but he had a way of speaking that left no room for questions. He closed the office door behind me and slid a stack of new paperwork across the desk. "We'll need you to sign this, confirming that yesterday's drill was successful and that no safety hazards were present." His tone was casual, almost rehearsed. I stared at the paper, then at him. The form essentially erased everything that had just happened. The near miss, the terrified passengers, the obvious equipment failure. It was as if the whole event was being rewritten before it had even settled in people's memories. I pushed the papers back toward him and said I couldn't sign something that wasn't true. His expression hardened instantly. He leaned forward, lowering his voice, telling me that if I refused, it would create unnecessary trouble for the company and for me. That phrase stuck with me. Unnecessary trouble. In his eyes, a lifeboat nearly crushing people wasn't the issue. The issue was me putting it on record. I left his office with my chest tight, caught between the duty I had sworn to uphold and the unspoken expectation to stay quiet. It was the first time I truly questioned whether integrity had a place on that ship. That night I couldn't sleep. I walked the length of the deck, the ship cutting through the dark water, and I kept thinking about how close we had come to a disaster. Passengers were laughing in the lounge, drinking cocktails, completely unaware of the fact that the very boats meant to save their lives might not even hold together in an emergency. The contrast between their carefree faces and the weight pressing on me made me feel isolated, like I was carrying a secret no one wanted to admit existed. Every creak of the ship, every vibration from the engines made me wonder what else had been ignored or covered up. 2 days later, I was approached by another officer, Mark Holloway, someone I'd known since training. He caught me in the corridor and quietly warned me to drop it. His eyes darted to the security camera above us before he walked away. That shook me more than anything because Mark wasn't the type to get involved in politics. If he was telling me to stay quiet, it meant the problem was bigger than I had realized. I started to notice how conversations stopped when I walked into a room, how certain crew members avoided eye contact. It was like the entire ship had agreed that silence was safer than truth. I held my ground until the end of that contract, refusing to sign any false documents. When I finally disembarked, I filed an anonymous report with the Maritime Safety Board. I never heard back directly, but months later I read a small news piece about a fleet-wide audit for the company and several senior staff members being retired early. There was no mention of forged logs, no details about lifeboats, but I knew what had triggered it. The ship I had worked on was reassigned, and the next time I looked, its name had disappeared from the company's official brochures. Even now, years later, I think about those passengers clinging to the rails of that lifeboat, their faces pale under the emergency lights. It still bothers me that the official story erased what they went through, that their fear was rewritten as a successful drill. I sometimes wonder if anyone else on board remembers it the way I do, or if they've all convinced themselves it never happened. What I do know is this: I'll never forget standing there, holding a clipboard, realizing that the very systems built to save lives had been turned into props for a lie. And that silence, not the sea, was the real danger on that ship. I'd been working as a bartender on cruise ships for a few years when this particular trip happened. At that point in my life, I was 26, single, and mostly living out of a suitcase. I liked the routine of setting up the bar, hearing where people were from and catching little glimpses of their vacations. I knew regular passengers came and went, but crew members like me stayed long enough to notice patterns: who drank too much, who tipped well, and who made others uncomfortable. That night started like many others, with music in the background, laughter echoing from the pool deck, and the smell of salt drifting in whenever the doors opened. There were a few men who always stood out. They weren't the type of people who blended into the crowd. They dressed sharp, but it wasn't just the clothes. It was the way they carried themselves, too sure of their place, always leaning on the bar like they owned it. They were pushy with their orders, tossing bills onto the counter without even making eye contact. What really caught my attention was how security treated them. Normally, security checked IDs for anyone who looked even slightly underage or suspicious. But with these guys, it was as if they were invisible. No questions, no hesitation. Drinks passed straight into their hands. I started paying closer attention when I saw how they targeted younger women. Most of the girls were clearly college age, traveling in groups of friends, soaking up the freedom of being away from home. The men would buy rounds without asking, sliding drinks into hands like it was part of some unspoken agreement. I noticed a girl one evening. Her name was Emma, if I remember correctly. She had auburn hair tied up in a messy bun and wore this oversized hoodie that made her look even younger than she probably was. One of the men kept circling her group, offering cocktails and trying to separate her from her friends. Later that same night, I saw Emma again, this time walking toward one of the side exits with that same man trailing beside her. Something about the way he held his hand just barely on her arm made me uneasy, like he was guiding her somewhere she hadn't fully agreed to go. I thought about stepping in, but there's this unspoken pressure when you're crew. You don't cross certain lines unless you're ready for a storm of trouble. Still, I made a mental note of it, promising myself I'd keep an eye out for her the next day. The following afternoon, her friends came up to the bar asking if anyone had seen Emma. They were laughing nervously at first, assuming she'd stayed out late and crashed in another cabin, but as the hours passed, the joking tone faded. I checked the usual spots: the pool deck, the casino, even the lounge where passengers sometimes napped, but she was nowhere. When her friends circled back again, they looked different, more restless. That's when I mentioned I'd last seen her walking with one of the men. Their faces tightened, like they suddenly realized something they didn't want to say out loud. I brought it up discreetly to one of the security guards I knew, a guy named Ryan, who'd been on several contracts with me. His reaction was strange. He didn't ask for details, didn't even look surprised. Instead, he told me to let it go, and that passengers wandered off all the time. But Emma wasn't the type to just vanish. Her hoodie had still been hanging on the back of a chair near the bar that morning, the same one she'd worn the night before. It felt like a breadcrumb left behind, proof she hadn't just wandered off the way Ryan tried to explain. Following night, I decided to check the security office myself. Crew aren't supposed to just walk in there, but I'd built a rapport with some of the guards, and I used that to get inside. The screens showed feeds from every corner of the ship. I asked to review the footage from the side exit where I'd seen Emma leave with that man. The room fell quiet. One guard clicked through the system, and the feed jumped strangely, like time had been cut away. Hours of recordings were gone, replaced with blank gaps. The guard avoided my eyes and muttered something about technical errors, but I'd worked long enough on ships to know what that really meant. By then, the whispers among the crew had started. Other bartenders and cleaners told me stories of women who had gone missing before, brushed aside with official statements about seasickness or choosing to disembark early. The pattern lined up too neatly. The same men, the same avoidance by security, the same erasures in the surveillance logs. I realized then that this wasn't some isolated incident. It was something bigger, something the cruise line itself was willing to bury as long as it kept the money flowing and the passengers entertained. I filed a written report anyway, even knowing how things usually ended. The following day, I went back to check whether any progress had been made, but the supervisor acted like the report had never existed. My words had vanished, just like the footage. Emma's friends were told she must have decided to cut her trip short, even though her belongings were still in her cabin. I overheard one officer saying she'd probably just slipped away at port, but that didn't explain why her room key hadn't been used again after that night. A few days later, I confronted one of the men at the bar. He smirked when I mentioned Emma, leaning in close enough for me to smell the cologne heavy on his jacket. "Careful what you ask," he said, before sliding a wad of bills across the counter and walking away. It wasn't a threat in words, but it was enough to keep me awake for the rest of the night, staring at the ceiling in my tiny cabin, wondering just how much the company knew and how much they were willing to cover up. When the cruise ended, I tried reaching out to authorities on land. I explained what I had seen, who the men were, and how the footage had been wiped. The officer on the phone listened politely, but stopped me as soon as I mentioned the missing video. "If the ship's logs don't show it," he said, "then it didn't happen." That was the line. Without proof, Emma was just another passenger who supposedly chose to disappear. I realized then that the system wasn't built to help someone like her. It was built to protect the company. I still think about Emma more than I'd like to admit. Her friends never got answers, and I never got closure. I eventually left that job, not because of the long hours or the endless nights, but because I couldn't keep pouring drinks for men like that knowing what might happen after. Even now, whenever I hear stories of people vanishing at sea, I picture her hoodie draped over that chair and the gap in the security footage where she should have been. It's the silence around it that haunts me most. The kind that tells you the truth was buried long before anyone ever asked the questions. Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. My sister had just given birth to twins when everything started falling apart. It was a Friday in early March 2024, and I remember being on the phone with her, laughing about how she had not slept in 4 days, when my doorbell rang. I was living alone in a 2-bedroom apartment in Albuquerque, New Mexico, working as a project manager for a construction company. At 34, my life had settled into a comfortable routine. Wake up at 6, hit the gym, work until 5, come home to my golden retriever Murphy, and spend most weekends helping my dad restore his old Chevy truck. Nothing exciting, nothing dangerous, nothing that would ever make me think I needed to look twice at strangers or check my locks more than once. The 2 men standing at my door wore dark suits and carried themselves with that stiff posture you see in movies about government agents. I told my sister I would call her back, and I never did finish that conversation the way I intended. The taller one introduced himself as Special Agent Novak, and his partner, a woman with short gray hair and sharp eyes, was Agent Brennan. They asked if they could come inside, and something about the way Brennan scanned the street behind her made me step aside without asking questions. They sat on my couch, declined water, and then Novak pulled out a folder that would change everything I thought I knew about my own life. He explained that the FBI had been investigating a dark web marketplace, one of those sites where people supposedly hire hitmen, though most of them are scams designed to steal cryptocurrency from desperate or deranged customers. A massive data breach had exposed thousands of requests, and my name had appeared in one of them. Not as the person hiring, Novak clarified, watching my face carefully. As the target. Someone had uploaded photographs of my apartment building, my car, my morning running route through the park 3 blocks away, and had paid nearly $8,000 in Bitcoin to have me killed. I asked them if this was some kind of joke. Novak opened the folder and spread the photographs across my coffee table, and I felt the room tilt sideways. There was my Subaru Outback parked in its usual spot, taken from across the street. There was the entrance to my building, the potted cactus my neighbor keeps by the door clearly visible. There was me, actually me, walking Murphy through Coronado Park, wearing the blue windbreaker I bought last winter. The angle suggested someone had been sitting on one of the benches near the playground, maybe 50 feet away, pointing a phone or camera directly at me while I threw a tennis ball for my dog. The timestamp on that photo was February 12th, less than a month before the agents showed up at my door. I kept staring at my own face in that image, trying to remember that specific morning, trying to recall if I had noticed anyone watching. But I could not remember anything unusual. That was the worst part. Someone had been close enough to capture the stubble on my jaw, and I had walked right past them without a single alarm going off in my head. Agent Brennan asked me if I had any enemies. The question almost made me laugh, because who actually has enemies outside of crime dramas and true crime podcasts? I told her I could not think of anyone who would want me dead. No bitter ex-girlfriends, no business disputes, no family feuds over inheritance or property. My life was aggressively ordinary. Novak then asked if I had ever used the dark web, ever accessed any illegal marketplaces, ever purchased drugs or weapons or anything else through anonymous channels. I told him no, absolutely not, and I meant it. I barely understood how cryptocurrency worked, let alone how to navigate hidden corners of the internet. He nodded slowly, then explained that the account used to place the hit request had been created using my name, my email address, and the last 4 digits of my social security number. Whoever did this had not just wanted me dead, they had wanted it to look like I had somehow ordered the hit on myself, like some elaborate suicide scheme or insurance fraud that made no sense to anyone, least of all me. The agent stayed for almost 2 hours, asking about my coworkers, my neighbors, my family, anyone who might have access to my personal information. They wanted to know about my daily habits, whether I varied my routine, whether I had noticed anyone following me or any strange vehicles parked near my home. I answered everything as best I could, but my mind kept drifting back to those photographs. The person who took them had been patient. They had studied me, learned my schedule, figured out exactly where I would be and when. This was not some random act by a stranger who picked my name out of a phone book. This was methodical, planned, almost professional in its execution. Before they left, Novak gave me his card and told me to call immediately if anything unusual happened. He also suggested I vary my routine, maybe stay with family for a while, Consider installing a security system if I did not already have one." Brennan added, almost as an afterthought, that the marketplace had been a scam. No actual hitmen, just criminals collecting money and disappearing. That should have been reassuring. It was not. I called in sick to work the next day and spent the morning on my laptop, searching my own name obsessively, trying to figure out how someone could have gathered so much information about me. I checked my credit reports for signs of identity theft and found nothing unusual. I scrolled through my social media accounts, Instagram mostly, a Facebook I barely used, looking for anything that might explain how a stranger knew my running route or what time I left for work. My posts were mundane, unremarkable, the kind of content everyone shares without thinking twice. A picture of Murphy at the dog park, a sunset from my apartment balcony, a plate of tacos from my favorite restaurant downtown. Nothing that should have made me a target, nothing that revealed enough about my schedule for someone to track my movements with such precision. By noon, I had convinced myself that maybe this was all connected to a data breach I did not know about. Some hacker selling personal information in bulk, and I had simply been unlucky enough to catch the attention of someone unstable. That theory held together for exactly 6 hours, until I checked my mailbox and found a plain white envelope with no return address and no postage. Just my name printed in neat block letters. Inside was a single photograph. Me again, but this time sitting at a booth inside Frontier Restaurant, a place I had eaten at exactly once in the past month, on a Saturday afternoon when I met an old college friend passing through town. The photo was taken from somewhere near the entrance, probably through the window, and it captured me mid-laugh, a half-eaten burrito on the plate in front of me. On the back of the photograph, someone had written a single sentence in the same neat handwriting. "You should chew slower." I read those words maybe 15 times, trying to make sense of them, trying to understand what kind of person watches a stranger eat lunch and then delivers a cryptic message about chewing speed. My first instinct was to call Agent Novak, and I did, leaving a frantic voicemail because he did not pick up. My second instinct was to walk through my apartment checking every window lock, every door, every possible entry point. Murphy followed me from room to room, wagging his tail like this was some new game, completely unaware that his owner was quietly losing his grip on reality. I barely slept that night, sitting up in bed with the lights on, listening to every creak and groan of the building settling around me. Novak called me back the following morning and asked me to bring the envelope and photograph to the FBI field office downtown. I drove there with the evidence sealed in a plastic bag, checking my rearview mirror every 30 seconds like I expected to see someone tailing me. At the office, Brennan examined the photograph while Novak took notes, both of them wearing that carefully neutral expression that cops and agents must learn in training. They told me they would dust for fingerprints, analyze the handwriting, check security cameras in the area around my apartment building. But I could tell from their voices that they did not expect to find much. Whoever was doing this knew how to avoid leaving traces. Brennan asked me again if I could think of anyone at all, who might have a reason to frighten me like this. An ex-partner, a former friend, a co-worker I might have offended without realizing it. I mentioned a few names, people I had minor conflicts with over the years, but none of them seemed remotely capable of this level of obsession. She wrote down the names anyway and promised to look into them, but her tone suggested she was going through the motions more than expecting a breakthrough. I took 2 weeks off work after that. My boss was understanding when I explained there was a security situation, though I kept the details vague because I did not know how to summarize what was happening without sounding paranoid or crazy. I installed cameras around my apartment, 2 covering the front door, 1 on the balcony, 1 in the living room pointed at the main entrance. I changed my locks and added a deadbolt. I started parking in different spots each day and taking alternate routes whenever I left the building. Murphy and I stopped going to Coronado Park entirely, instead driving 20 minutes to a different part of town where I could walk him without feeling like prey in an open field. Every stranger became suspicious. The woman reading a book on a bench, the guy in the pickup truck parked across the street, the jogger who passed me twice on the same path. I analyzed faces, memorized license plates, looked for patterns that might reveal who was watching. The paranoia was exhausting, but I could not turn it off, not when I knew for certain that someone out there had documented my life in photographs and decided I was worth $8,000 dead. The second envelope arrived exactly 1 week after the first. Same handwriting, same lack of postage. This time the photograph showed my apartment building at night, taken from the parking lot, with my living room window circled in red marker. The lights were on in the photo, and if I looked closely I could make out the shape of myself standing near the kitchen counter, probably cooking dinner, completely unaware that someone was standing in the darkness below with a camera aimed at my home. The message on the back read, "New locks won't help." I remember sitting on my kitchen floor after reading that, my back against the cabinets, trying to breathe through the tightness in my chest. This person had been there. They had stood in my parking lot, maybe 100 feet from where I was at that moment, and they knew I had changed my locks. That meant they were still watching, still paying attention to every adjustment I made. The cameras, the new deadbolt, the varied parking spots, none of it mattered because they were always close enough to notice. I called Novak again and he answered this time, his voice tired and apologetic. The fingerprint analysis had come back empty. The security cameras near my mailbox had been angled wrong, capturing nothing useful. They were still investigating, he assured me, but there was nothing new to report. I decided I could not stay in that apartment anymore. My dad lived about 40 minutes outside the city, in a small house on 3 acres of land, with good sight lines, and a German shepherd named Duke who barked at anyone who came within 50 feet of the property. I packed a bag, loaded Murphy into the car, and drove out there on a Sunday afternoon, telling myself it was just temporary, just until the FBI figured something out or the stalker got bored and moved on to someone else. My dad did not ask too many questions when I showed up, just handed me a beer and said I could stay as long as I needed. He was a retired electrician, practical and calm, the kind of man who fixed problems instead of worrying about them. That night, sitting on his back porch watching the sun go down over the desert, I felt something close to safe for the first time in weeks. The property was isolated, hard to approach without being noticed, and Duke patrolled the perimeter like he was bred for exactly this purpose. I let myself believe just for a moment that maybe I had outmaneuvered whoever was doing this. Maybe distance was the answer. Maybe they would lose interest now that I was no longer following my predictable routine in the city. That belief lasted until Wednesday morning. I had just finished breakfast and was helping my dad replace a fence post in the back pasture when I noticed something stuck to the windshield of my Subaru, parked in the driveway near the house. At first I thought it was a flyer, some advertisement that had blown in from the road, but as I got closer my legs almost gave out beneath me. It was another envelope, same white paper, same block letters spelling my name. Inside was a photograph of my father's house, taken from the road at the edge of the property, with the kitchen window visible and 2 figures standing inside, me and my dad, drinking coffee that very morning. The message on the back was longer this time. "Family is nice, shame to involve them." I stood there in the driveway, the desert wind pulling at my shirt, and I understood something with horrible clarity. This person was not going to stop. They had followed me 40 minutes outside the city to a location I had never mentioned to anyone except my sister and my boss. They had found me within days, and now they were threatening my father, a 67-year-old man who had nothing to do with any of this, whose only crime was letting his son hide in his home. I told my dad everything that afternoon. He listened without interrupting, his face growing harder with each detail, and when I finished he walked to the hall closet and came back with a shotgun I had not seen since I was a teenager. He loaded it calmly and set it by the back door, then called his neighbor, a retired sheriff named Hector who lived about a mile down the road. Hector came over within the hour, listened to the whole story again, and suggested we set up a watch schedule. He had trail cameras on his own property for tracking coyotes and offered to install a few around my dad's land, motion-activated units that would send alerts to his phone whenever anything larger than a jackrabbit moved through the frame. By nightfall, we had 6 cameras positioned along the road and the perimeter fence, covering every angle of approach. Hector also made some calls to friends still working in law enforcement, people who might be able to push the investigation forward in ways the FBI field office had not managed. I felt like I was living inside a siege, my elderly father and his neighbor arming themselves against an invisible enemy who left photographs instead of bullets. The break came 4 days later, and it did not come from the FBI or from Hector's contacts. It came from my sister, Caroline, who called me in a panic because she had received an envelope too. Same handwriting, same block letters, delivered to her home in Denver where she was recovering from giving birth to her twins. The photograph inside showed me standing in my dad's driveway, holding the previous envelope, my face frozen in that moment of realization. But Caroline, being Caroline, did something I had not thought to do. She checked her doorbell camera footage and found a clear image of the person who had placed the envelope in her mailbox. It was a man, average height, wearing a gray hoodie and jeans, his face partially visible as he turned away from the camera. She sent the image to me, and I forwarded it immediately to Agent Novak, who ran it through their facial recognition database. The match came back within 24 hours. His name was Theodore Sills, 41 years old, a former IT contractor who had worked briefly for my construction company almost 3 years earlier. I had never spoken to him directly, had no memory of his face, had probably passed him in the hallway without a second glance. But according to the FBI's investigation, Sills had been fired for accessing employee files without authorization, and somewhere in his twisted mind, he had decided that I was responsible for his termination. They arrested Theodore Sills at his apartment in Las Cruces on a Saturday morning, 2 weeks after my sister captured his face on camera. Inside his home, they found what Novak later described as a shrine. Hundreds of photographs of me printed and pinned to a corkboard, handwritten notes detailing my schedule going back almost 18 months, maps of Albuquerque with my regular locations circled in red, and a journal filled with rambling entries about how I had ruined his career and deserved to suffer. He had never intended to actually kill me, the agents concluded. The dark web hit request was theater, a way to terrify me while maintaining plausible deniability, a game designed by someone who wanted to watch me unravel from a safe distance. Sills was charged with stalking, criminal harassment, identity theft, and making terroristic threats. He is currently awaiting trial, denied bail after a judge determined he posed an ongoing risk. I moved back to my apartment eventually, though I still flinch when I check my mailbox, and I probably always will. My dad kept the trail cameras, says they help him sleep better at night. Caroline installed a security system and taught her husband how to check the footage every evening before bed. We are all different now, more careful, more aware of how easily a stranger can insert themselves into your life without you ever noticing. I still do not understand why Sills chose me specifically, why my face in a hallway 3 years ago sparked something so dark and obsessive in his mind. Some questions do not have answers that make sense. Some people carry damage that the rest of us cannot see until it spills over and stains everyone around them. All I know for certain is that for 3 weeks in the spring of 2024, I learned what it feels like to be hunted by someone who knows everything about you, and I will never take my ordinary, boring, predictable life for granted again. Curiosity has always been my worst trait. My wife Bethany used to joke that I would be the guy who dies first in a horror movie, because I just had to open that door, just had to check what was making that noise. She was not wrong. By the time I graduated college back in 2015, I had already gone through 3 laptops trying to learn about things most people never think about, how to access parts of the internet that do not show up on Google, what kind of markets exist in the shadows, who sells what to whom when there are no rules. It was never about buying anything. I worked as an IT consultant for a mid-sized insurance company in Milwaukee, made decent money, paid my taxes. But at night, after Bethany went to sleep, I would sit in our spare bedroom with a VPN running and Tor open, just exploring, just looking. That was what I told myself anyway. I was a tourist in someone else's nightmare, and tourists always think they can leave whenever they want. It was a Thursday in March of 2022 when I found it. The temperature outside had dropped to single digits, and our old Victorian house creaked and groaned against the wind like it was trying to warn me about something. Bethany was visiting her mother in Arizona for the week, so I had the place to myself, just me, the hum of my computer fans, and a mug of cold coffee I kept forgetting to drink. I had been browsing a forum that specialized in exotic animal trade, the kind of place where people discussed buying tiger cubs or rare birds smuggled out of South America. Disgusting stuff, but nothing I had not seen before in my years of digital wandering. There was a thread buried near the bottom of the page with a strange title: Premium Cuts, Verified Suppliers Only. At first glance, it seemed like another subsection about rare meats, bush meat, endangered species, that sort of illegal but ultimately unsurprising content. I clicked it without thinking much, the same way you might click any link that catches your eye. That single click would become the thing I regret most in my entire life. The forum looked different from the main page I'd been browsing. The layout was stripped down, almost primitive. Black background, gray text, no images visible at first. There were maybe 40 or 50 usernames listed as active members, each one a string of random letters and numbers that meant nothing on their own. The first few posts seemed to confirm my initial assumption. People discussing the logistics of shipping product across state lines, debates about the quality of different cuts, complaints about delivery times and packaging. Someone with the username X7R4N mentioned that their last shipment from the farm in Nevada had arrived in poor condition, and another user responded with advice about temperature control during transit. I scrolled through these conversations with the detached interest of someone watching a documentary about a world they would never enter. These people were criminals, sure, but they were just poachers and smugglers dealing in animal parts. Sad and illegal, but not exactly shocking. Then I noticed the way they talked about weights and measurements, and something in my chest began to tighten. The weights were wrong for animals. Someone requested a young female, preferably under 90 pounds, healthy teeth. Another user offered 2 males, early development stage from the Midwest collection point. A moderator posted guidelines about how to photograph inventory without showing identifying features, and specified that faces should be obscured but body conditions should be visible for quality assessment. I read those words 3 times before my brain allowed me to understand what they actually meant. These people were not talking about animals. They were not talking about exotic meats or bushmeat, or anything that had ever walked on 4 legs. I pushed back from my desk so hard that my chair slammed into the wall behind me. My mouth had gone completely dry, and I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears like a drum that someone was playing too fast. I wanted to close the browser. I wanted to shut down my computer and go downstairs and watch television and pretend I had never seen any of this. But I did not do any of those things. Instead, I kept reading. There was an archived section of the forum that contained posts dating back several years. The moderators had organized everything into categories with labels that made my stomach churn: available inventory, successful deliveries, supplier reviews, and one folder simply titled Retired Stock. I clicked on the archives with the kind of compulsion that I imagine drives people to look at car accidents on the highway. You know you should not. You know it will haunt you. But some part of your brain needs to see it anyway. The oldest posts used even more coded language than the recent ones, referring to livestock and breeding potential and shelf life. But as I read through months and months of conversations, I started to recognize patterns. Suppliers talked about acquisition costs in certain geographic areas. They mentioned that product from rural regions was easier to obtain than from cities because fewer people noticed when someone went missing. One user with the handle Farmhand61 complained that the young ones from the foster system were becoming harder to source because of increased oversight. I felt bile rising in my throat as I read that sentence, and I had to close my eyes for a full minute before I could continue. The thing that finally broke something inside me was a photograph. Most of the images on the forum were blocked or deleted, replaced with text that said, "Image removed for security." But in one archived thread from 2018, someone had posted a picture that the moderators had apparently missed. It showed a room with concrete walls and a drain in the floor, the kind of industrial setup you might see in a meat processing plant. There were no people in the photograph, nothing explicitly violent or graphic, just that empty room with its harsh fluorescent lighting and a metal table in the center, positioned directly over the drain. The table had leather straps attached to its sides. Below the photograph, a user had commented, "New facility looking clean. Should increase processing capacity by 40% this quarter." I stared at that image until my vision blurred, trying to convince myself that it could be something else, anything else. A veterinary clinic, a butcher shop, some kind of legitimate industrial space that just happened to look like a scene from my worst nightmares. But I knew what I was looking at. I knew exactly what that room was designed for, and I knew that real human beings had been brought there against their will. I should have stopped there. I should have taken screenshots, contacted the FBI, and walked away from my computer forever. But something else had caught my attention in the archived threads, references to specific locations and dates that seemed too detailed to be random. A user called Transit9 had posted about a pickup near a truck stop outside of Tucson in November of 2017. Another mentioned a batch that had been processed in a rural area of eastern Missouri the following spring. These were not vague comments. They included highway numbers, approximate mileage from major cities, and sometimes even weather conditions on the day of the operations. My hands moved to my keyboard almost without my permission, and I opened a new browser window, a regular one this time, not running through Tor. I typed the date and location from the Tucson Post into a news search. It took me less than 30 seconds to find an article about a missing 17-year-old girl named Brittany Saunders, who had last been seen at a gas station along that exact stretch of highway, just 2 days before the forum post was made. Her case was still unsolved, her family was still looking for her, and someone on that forum had referred to her as fresh product, minimal transport damage. I spent the next 4 hours cross-referencing forum posts with missing persons databases. By the time the sun started coming up through my office window, I had matched 7 different discussions to real disappearances. A 19-year-old boy from rural Kansas who vanished while walking home from his night shift at a warehouse. Twin sisters from a small town in Minnesota who went missing during a family camping trip. A homeless woman in her 20s whose case had barely made the local news in Albuquerque. Each time, the forum posts lined up with the locations and time frames in ways that could not be coincidental. The users talked about these people the way restaurant suppliers might discuss shipments of beef or chicken, quality ratings, complaints about damaged goods, arguments about pricing. One thread contained a detailed review of a supplier who operated somewhere in the Great Lakes region, praising his ability to acquire clean product with no prior documentation. I realized with a sickening clarity that they meant people who would not be missed. Runaways, homeless individuals, undocumented immigrants, people whose disappearances would never make national headlines, whose faces would never appear on primetime news segments. The system was designed to target the invisible, and it had been operating for years right beneath the surface of the world I thought I knew. By mid-morning, I had compiled a document with everything I had found. Screenshots of forum posts, links to news articles about the missing persons cases, a timeline showing how the dates matched up. My eyes burned from staring at the screen all night, and my body ached from sitting in the same position for hours without moving. I had not eaten anything since dinner the previous evening, but the thought of food made me physically ill. I saved the document to an encrypted folder, and then sat there for a long time, trying to figure out what to do next. Calling the local police seemed pointless. This was clearly something that spanned multiple states, maybe even multiple countries. The FBI had a tip line for crimes like this, but I had no idea how to explain what I had found without also explaining how I had found it. Would they take me seriously, or would they treat me as a suspect? I had spent years poking around in corners of the internet where illegal things happened. My browsing history alone could probably get me flagged by a dozen different agencies. But I kept thinking about Brittany Saunders, about her photograph in that news article. A senior portrait with a bright smile and a blue background. The kind of picture that ends up on missing posters and milk cartons. Someone on that forum had called her fresh product. Someone had weighed her like meat and assigned her a price. I picked up my phone and dialed the FBI tip line before I could talk myself out of it. The woman who answered sounded tired, like she had already taken 100 calls that morning and expected 100 more before lunch. I told her I had found something online that I believed was connected to human trafficking. She asked me a series of questions in a flat, professional voice. What website? How did I access it? What specifically did I observe? I answered as clearly as I could, though my voice kept cracking in places where I had to describe the content of the forum posts. When I mentioned that I had matched some of the discussions to real missing persons cases, her tone shifted slightly, not quite interested, but more alert. She took down my name and contact information and told me that someone from the cyber division would be in touch within 48 hours. Then she thanked me for calling, and the line went dead. I sat there holding my phone for several minutes, unsure whether I had just done something brave or something incredibly stupid. The forum was still open on my computer screen, those gray letters glowing against the black background like a warning I had ignored. I closed the browser without looking at it again and went downstairs to make coffee, my legs unsteady beneath me like I had just stepped off a boat after weeks at sea. The FBI did call back, though it took them 5 days instead of 48 hours. A man named Special Agent Thornberry asked me to come to their field office in downtown Milwaukee to give a formal statement and hand over the files I had compiled. I spent 3 hours in a gray room with fluorescent lights, answering questions from 2 agents who treated me with a mixture of professional courtesy and barely concealed suspicion. They wanted to know how I had accessed the forum, what other dark websites I had visited, whether I had ever purchased anything illegal online. I answered everything truthfully, including the parts that made me look bad. When I finally showed them my document, the matched cases, the timeline, the screenshots, their expressions changed. Agent Thornberry leaned forward and studied my laptop screen for a long time without speaking. His partner, a woman with short gray hair and reading glasses, excused herself from the room and did not come back for almost an hour. When she returned, she told me that some of the information I had found corroborated details from an ongoing investigation that I was not authorized to know about. She could not tell me anything more, but she thanked me for coming forward and said that my materials would be extremely valuable. I left the FBI building feeling hollow, like someone had scooped out my insides and replaced them with cold air. 3 months later, I saw a news story about a federal raid on a compound in rural Nebraska. 17 people were arrested and charged with various crimes related to human trafficking, kidnapping, and conspiracy to commit murder. The article did not mention anything about a forum or the dark web, and it did not reference any of the specific cases I had found in my research. But one of the photographs showed officers escorting a man in handcuffs, whose face was partially obscured by a jacket pulled over his head. Below the image, a caption identified him only as a key figure in the trafficking network believed to have operated across multiple states. I stared at that photograph for a long time, wondering if he was one of the usernames I had seen on the forum, Farmhand61 or Transit9, or any of the others who had discussed human beings like cuts of meat. I never found out for certain. The FBI never contacted me again after that initial meeting, and I never tried to access that forum or anything like it ever again. I deleted Tor from my computer, canceled my VPN subscription, and told Bethany that I was done with my late-night explorations of the internet's dark corners. She did not ask why, and I did not offer an explanation. Some things are too heavy to share, even with the person you love most in the world. To this day, I still think about Brittany Saunders and the others whose names I found in those archives. I think about the ones I did not find, the ones who disappeared without anyone ever noticing. And sometimes late at night when I cannot sleep, I wonder how many forums like that one are still out there, operating quietly in the shadows while the rest of us scroll through our phones and pretend the world is a safer place than it actually is. My buddy Owen and I had just finished our junior year in the cybersecurity program at a small college in Michigan when we came up with what we thought was a brilliant idea for our summer research project. We were both 23, way too confident in our own cleverness, and completely obsessed with studying how criminals operated online. The plan was simple. We would create a fake service on the dark web, something that offered vague problem solving for people who needed things handled discreetly. We figured we would attract a bunch of scammers trying to scam us, maybe some curious people poking around, and we could document the whole thing for a paper on criminal psychology and online behavior. Owen had the technical skills to set up the hidden service, and I handled the writing, creating this mysterious persona that promised results without ever specifying what kind of results. We thought we were so smart, two kids playing pretend in a world we did not actually understand. We launched the site on a Saturday morning in June 2023, sitting in Owen's cramped apartment with the blinds closed and energy drinks scattered everywhere. The interface was deliberately minimal, just a black background with white text, a contact form, and a Bitcoin wallet address. We called it The Fixer because it sounded generic enough to attract attention without being too specific. For the first 3 days, nothing happened. We got a couple of spam messages, one guy asking if we sold drugs, and someone who just typed random letters into the form. Owen and I joked about how anticlimactic the whole thing was, how we had built this elaborate trap and caught nothing but bots and teenagers. We were actually considering shutting it down and pivoting to something else when the first real message came through on Tuesday night. I remember Owen calling me over to his laptop, his voice different than usual, and when I read what was on the screen, neither of us said anything for a long time. The message was detailed in a way that made my throat tighten. Someone with the username NeedHelp99 had written 3 paragraphs about a woman named Jennifer Ashworth who lived on Crescent Drive in a town called Millbrook, Pennsylvania. The message included her daily schedule, what time she left for work, what car she drove, a silver Toyota Camry, and the fact that she lived alone with a small dog. The person writing wanted to know our rates for making her go away permanently, and emphasized that payment would not be an issue. They had already sent $500 worth of Bitcoin to our wallet as a show of good faith, asking us to confirm receipt and provide further instructions. Owen and I just stared at each other. This was not some edgy teenager trying to be scary. This was someone who had done research, who had watched this woman, who had real money to spend. The Bitcoin was already sitting in our wallet, and suddenly our little academic experiment felt like a weight pressing down on my chest. We did not sleep that night. Owen wanted to shut everything down immediately, delete the site, abandon the wallet, pretend none of it ever happened. But I kept thinking about Jennifer Ashworth, this random woman in Pennsylvania who had no idea that someone out there wanted her dead badly enough to pay for it. We looked her up, and she was real. I found her on social media in under 5 minutes, a dental hygienist in her early 40s who posted pictures of her garden and her terrier named Biscotti. She had a sister in Philadelphia and liked to comment on local news articles. This was an actual human being with a life, and someone had just paid us money to end it. The weight of that realization was unlike anything I had ever felt. We were not researchers anymore. We were not clever college kids running an experiment. We were 2 idiots who had stumbled into something genuinely dangerous, and we had no idea what to do next. Owen suggested we just ignore it, let the message sit there unanswered, and maybe the person would give up and move on. But by Wednesday afternoon, 2 more messages had come through, and these were worse. One was from someone asking about a business partner who had allegedly stolen money from them, wanting to know if we could arrange for the guy to have an accident that would look natural. They included the target's home address in suburban Chicago, his gym schedule, and the make and model of his car. The second message was shorter but somehow more disturbing, just a name, an age, 15, and a school address, followed by a question about whether we handled younger problems and how much extra that would cost. I actually had to get up and walk away from the computer after reading that one. I stood in Owen's kitchen with my hands pressed against the counter, trying to breathe normally, trying to process that someone out there was asking us to hurt a child. These were not hypothetical situations or dark fantasies people were typing out for shock value. These were requests with real information, real locations, real people who could be found and verified. By Thursday morning, we had received 11 messages total, and the Bitcoin wallet had grown to almost $3,000 in unsolicited deposits. Owen had not left his apartment in 2 days, and I had barely eaten anything since Tuesday. We kept going back and forth about what to do. Going to the police felt impossible, because we would have to explain that we had created an illegal service on the dark web, even if it was fake, even if we never intended to actually do anything. We could face charges ourselves, expulsion from school, maybe even federal prosecution for soliciting crimes across state lines. But staying silent meant that these people, these real people who wanted real harm done, would just find someone else to do it. Someone who would actually take their money and follow through. I remember sitting on Owen's couch at around 4 in the morning, both of us exhausted and terrified, when another notification popped up, another message, another request, another life that someone wanted erased, and all I could think was that we had opened a door we did not know how to close. Owen finally broke down on Friday. He said we had to tell someone, that he could not carry this anymore, that every time he closed his eyes he saw that 15-year-old kid whose name he had memorized without meaning to. We decided to reach out to one of our professors, a guy named Dr. Whitfield who taught network security and had done consulting work for law enforcement in the past. We figured he might know how to handle this without immediately destroying our lives. I sent him an email asking if we could meet urgently about a research situation that got out of hand, and he responded within an hour, saying to come to his office that afternoon. Walking across campus that day felt surreal. Students were throwing frisbees on the quad, laughing about summer plans, complaining about the heat. And there we were, carrying screenshots of murder requests in a folder, about to confess that we had accidentally built a marketplace for violence. I kept looking at people's faces and wondering how many of them had dark thoughts they never acted on, and how many were like the people messaging us, just waiting for the right opportunity. Dr. Whitfield listened to everything without interrupting. We showed him the messages, the wallet balance, the details people had provided about their intended victims. When we finished, he sat back in his chair and rubbed his face with both hands, and for a long moment he did not say anything. Then he told us something I will never forget. He said that what we had stumbled into was not unusual, that the dark web was full of services exactly like the one we had created, and that law enforcement knew most of them were scams or honeypots. But the people sending those messages did not know that. To them, our fake service was real, and their intentions were real, and the money they sent was real. He said we had 2 options: shut everything down and hope nothing came of it, or work with him to hand the information over to the FBI through proper channels that might protect our identities. He could not promise anything, but he knew people who handled these cases. Owen and I looked at each other, and for the first time in days, I felt like maybe there was a way out of this nightmare. We agreed to let Whitfield make the calls. He told us to keep the site running for now, to not respond to any messages, and to document everything that came in. The FBI would want as much data as possible, and shutting down prematurely could spook the people who had already made contact. That weekend was the longest of my life. I went back to my own apartment, but I could not stop checking my phone, waiting for updates from Owen about new messages. They kept coming. A woman in Texas wanting her ex-husband dealt with before their custody hearing. A guy in Minnesota asking about pricing for surveillance and intimidation of a coworker. Someone offering $10,000 for a clean job on a landlord who was trying to evict them. Each message was a window into a life I never wanted to see, a person who had decided that violence was a reasonable solution to their problems. I started having trouble distinguishing between sleep and waking because the same thoughts cycled through my head constantly. How many of these people would actually go through with something if they found a real service? How many already had? On Monday, Whitfield called us back to his office and introduced us to two federal agents who had driven up from Detroit. They were calm and professional, not at all what I expected, and they treated us more like witnesses than criminals. They explained that our situation was not unique, that they had seen college students and amateur hackers stumble into similar traps before. What mattered now was cooperation. They took copies of everything, the messages, the wallet addresses, the server logs that Owen had meticulously kept. One of the agents, a woman with short gray hair whose name I never caught, told us that at least 3 of the requests we received matched ongoing investigations. Real cases with real suspects who had been looking for exactly the kind of service we pretended to offer. She said our data could help build cases against people who might otherwise never face consequences. I should have felt relieved, but instead, I just felt hollow. These were not abstract criminals. These were regular people with jobs and families who had typed out requests to have other human beings killed, and they were everywhere. The agents told us to take down the site that same day, and Owen did it right there in Whitfield's office. I watched him type the commands, watched the server go dark, and felt nothing close to closure. We were told not to discuss the case with anyone, that we might be called as witnesses if any prosecutions moved forward, and that our identities would be protected as much as possible. They thanked us for coming forward and said we had done the right thing, but those words felt empty. We had not done the right thing. We had done a stupid, reckless thing that happened to produce useful information by accident. The agents left. Whitfield told us to take care of ourselves, and Owen and I walked out of that building into the summer heat without saying a word to each other. I remember the sunlight feeling offensive somehow, too bright and too normal for what we had just been through. We parted ways at the edge of campus, and I did not see Owen again for almost 2 weeks. Neither of us knew how to talk about it. That was over a year ago now. I finished my degree, got a job at a small IT firm, and moved to a different state. Owen and I text sometimes, but we never bring up that summer. The FBI contacted me once, about 6 months after everything happened, to let me know that 2 arrests had been made in connection with information we provided. They did not give me details, just said that our cooperation had helped. I should feel good about that, I guess, but mostly I just feel different. I look at people differently now. The guy behind me in line at the grocery store, the woman walking her dog past my apartment, the coworker who complains about his divorce every day at lunch. I wonder which of them has thought about crossing a line they can never come back from. I wonder how many people out there right now are typing messages into dark corners of the internet, looking for someone to solve their problems permanently. We ran that site for less than a week, and we received over 30 requests. 30 people willing to pay money to have someone hurt or killed, and that was just our tiny fake operation in one small corner of the web. I do not sleep well anymore. I probably never will again. Most people my age spend their evenings watching television or scrolling through Facebook, but I have always been drawn to the forgotten corners of the internet. I work as a digital archivist for the county library system in Albuquerque, a job that sounds boring until you realize it gives you access to tools and knowledge that most civilians never encounter. My daughter left for college in Arizona back in 2018, the same year my husband started traveling 3 weeks out of every month for his consulting firm, and suddenly, I had more empty hours than I knew what to do with. That was when I taught myself to navigate the deep web. It began as professional curiosity. I was trying to recover old community forums that had disappeared when their servers went offline, preserving digital history that would otherwise be lost forever. I learned how to use Tor, how to read onion addresses, how to trace the ghosts of websites through mirror sites and archive services. My coworkers joked that I was becoming obsessed. They had no idea how right they were. On a Wednesday night in early March, I found something that I cannot stop thinking about even now, months later. I had been following a trail of dead links for hours, starting with an old photography forum from 2004 and bouncing between archive mirrors until I barely remembered where I had begun. That was when the page loaded, a personal blog that looked like it belonged to another era entirely. Plain white background, Times New Roman font, no header images or sidebars or any of the things modern websites have. The URL was a meaningless string of letters and numbers, the kind that gets auto-generated when someone does not bother choosing a real address. What caught my attention was the date on the most recent post, just 3 weeks earlier. Everything about the site screamed early 2000s, yet someone was still updating it. The post was titled, "Lessons from February," and I assumed it would be the usual self-help nonsense or amateur creative writing. I scrolled down and started reading, and within 30 seconds I felt my entire body go rigid in my chair. The writing style was fragmented, almost stream of consciousness, like someone jotting down thoughts without any intention of making them coherent. The first entry talked about mistakes and lessons learned, phrases that seemed innocent enough on their own. But the context was all wrong. The author wrote about someone who did not cooperate and how frustrating that had been, how it had forced a change in plans. There were references to timing, to patience, to the importance of observation. Between the blocks of text, there were photographs, not of people but of objects. A single house key on a wooden table labeled with a date and the words, "Riverside Drive, unsuccessful." A pair of running shoes, white with pink laces, photographed on what looked like a garage floor, labeled November 14th, Cedar Hills Park. A silver bracelet with a small charm in the shape of a butterfly, resting on a dark surface I could not identify, labeled only with a date from January. I kept scrolling, my mouth dry, telling myself there had to be an innocent explanation. Maybe this was some kind of art project, a fictional horror blog meant to unsettle visitors. People create things like that all the time. But the deeper I went, the harder it became to convince myself this was fiction. The entries spanned almost 2 years, and they followed a pattern that made my skin prickle. The author would write about watching someone, learning their schedule, noting when they left for work and when they came home. Then there would be a gap of a few weeks, followed by a post about what went wrong or what went right. The language was clinical, detached, like someone reviewing their own performance. She was more alert than expected, had to abort. The window was a better access point than the door. Next time I need to account for neighbors who keep irregular hours. And always, there were photographs of objects. Jewelry, keys, shoes, a hairbrush, a coffee mug with a logo I did not recognize. Each one tagged with a date and a location. I found myself breathing faster, my pulse hammering in my temples. I grabbed a notebook from my desk and started writing down every location mentioned, every date, every detail I could extract from those cryptic entries. I needed to prove to myself that this was fake, that none of it matched anything real. It took me less than an hour to find the first match. One of the entries from October mentioned a location called Ridgecrest Avenue, a name I did not recognize, but that sounded local enough to search. I typed it into a regular browser along with the word missing and the year, and the results made me push back from my desk so hard my chair nearly tipped over. A woman named Felicity Dunn had disappeared from Ridgecrest Avenue in October of the previous year. She was 26 years old, a veterinary technician, last seen leaving her apartment complex around 7 in the morning. Her car was found parked at a trailhead 15 miles outside of town, but she was never located. The case was still open. I pulled up every news article I could find about her, scanning for details, and then I went back to the blog and read that October entry again. The author mentioned watching someone who walked a small dog every evening, someone who kept her blinds open, someone who drove a dark blue sedan. Felicity Dunn owned a Chihuahua mix named Peanut. She lived in a ground floor unit. Her missing person flyer showed her standing next to a navy blue Mazda. I sat in my chair, unable to move, reading those two sources side by side until the words blurred together. I wanted to believe it was coincidence. Ridgecrest Avenue is not an uncommon street name, and plenty of young women have small dogs and dark sedans. But something in my gut knew better. I went back to the blog and found the photograph attached to that October entry. A single silver stud earring shaped like a tiny star, resting on what looked like concrete. I searched for more images of Felicity Dunn and found an Instagram account her family had kept public as part of the search efforts. In photo after photo, she wore the same small silver stars in her ears. They had been a gift from her grandmother, according to one of the caption. I closed my laptop and sat in the dark for a long time, listening to the hum of the refrigerator down the hall, trying to process what I had just found. Either I had stumbled onto the personal journal of someone who was fantasizing about crimes he had read about in the news, or I had found something much worse. A record. A trophy case. The private documentation of someone who was actively hunting people in my city and getting away with it. I did not sleep that night. I made coffee at 2 in the morning and sat at my kitchen table with my notebook, going through every entry on the blog and cross-referencing each location and date with local news archives. By sunrise, I had found 3 more potential matches. A woman named Iris Calloway, who vanished from a neighborhood called Sunset Terrace in August. The blog mentioned that same area and described someone who moved too quickly and noticed things she should not have noticed. A college student named Brooke Ellison who disappeared from near the university campus in December. Her backpack found abandoned in an alley behind a coffee shop. The blog had an entry from that same week about a near miss and the difficulty of working in areas with too many witnesses. And most disturbingly, a Jane Doe case from the previous spring. A body discovered in an arroyo on the outskirts of the city, never identified. The blog entry from that period talked about finishing what was started and included a photograph of a thin gold necklace with a broken clasp. Each connection I found made me feel more certain and more terrified. This was not fiction. This was not a game. Someone was documenting their crimes in a hidden corner of the internet, and I had found it by accident. The entry that finally pushed me to action was dated just 6 weeks before I discovered the site. It mentioned a location I recognized immediately, Lomas Boulevard, less than 3 miles from my own house. The author wrote about a new subject, someone they had been watching for several weeks, someone whose patterns were predictable and whose building had poor security. There was a photograph of a keychain, a small leather strap with a brass initial charm, the letter K, and a note about how easy it had been to make a copy while the subject was distracted at a laundromat. I searched for recent missing persons reports from that area and found nothing, which should have been a relief but instead filled me with dread. The blog entry was recent. The author was still watching. Whoever owned that keychain might still be alive, still going about their daily routine, completely unaware that someone had copied their key and was waiting for the right moment. I could not just sit on this information. I could not go back to my normal life and pretend I had never seen any of it, but I also had no idea what to do next, or who would even believe me. I called the Albuquerque Police Department that same morning, my voice shaking as I tried to explain what I had found. The woman who answered transferred me twice before I finally reached a detective in the missing persons unit, a man named Sergeant Orozco, who listened patiently while I stumbled through my story. I told him about the blog, about the photographs of personal items, about the locations and dates that matched open cases. I gave him the names: Felicity Dunn, Iris Calloway, Brooke Ellison. I described the entry about Lomas Boulevard and the copied key. When he finished, there was a long pause on the other end of the line. Sergeant Orozco asked me how I had found this website, and I explained about my work, about the deep web, about following dead links through archive services. He asked if I had saved any of the content, and my heart sank because I had not. I had been so focused on researching the connections that I never thought to take screenshots or download the pages. He gave me his email address and asked me to send him the URL so their digital forensics team could take a look. I thanked him and hung up, already opening my laptop to retrieve the address from my browser history. The site was gone. I clicked through my history, found the exact link I had followed the night before, and watched it load into nothing but a blank page with an error message. Connection refused. I tried again, cleared my cache, restarted Tor, used a different browser. Nothing worked. The blog had vanished completely, as if it had never existed at all. I sat there staring at the error message, feeling a cold weight settle in my stomach. Whoever ran that site had either taken it down on their own or had some way of knowing when they were being watched. I emailed Sergeant Orozco anyway, sending him the URL and explaining that the page was no longer accessible. I attached my handwritten notes, everything I had documented during my sleepless night, every name and date and location I had connected. His response came 3 hours later. A polite thank you for my concern, a note that the digital forensics team had been unable to locate any content at the address I provided, and a suggestion that I might have encountered a hoax or an elaborate piece of horror fiction designed to seem realistic. He said they would keep my notes on file, but there was nothing actionable without evidence. I read that email 4 times, each time feeling more sick than before. For the next 2 weeks, I became obsessed with finding the site again. I spent every free moment retracing my steps through the deep web, following every dead link I could remember, searching for any fragment of the blog that might have been cached or mirrored somewhere. I found nothing. It was like chasing smoke. Meanwhile, I kept checking the local news, dreading the moment when a new missing person report would appear, when another woman would vanish from Lomas Boulevard or somewhere nearby. I thought about the keychain with the letter K, about the person who owned it, about the copied key sitting in some predator's pocket. I thought about knocking on doors in that neighborhood, warning strangers about a threat I could not prove, but I knew how that would look. A middle-aged woman ranting about a website nobody else had seen, sounding exactly like the kind of person people cross the street to avoid. My husband came home from one of his trips and found me sitting in the dark at 3 a.m, laptop open, eyes red from exhaustion. He asked me what was wrong, and I tried to explain, but the words came out scattered and paranoid. He held my hand and told me I needed to step away from the computer, that I was scaring him. Maybe he was right. Maybe I was losing perspective. But I could not shake the knowledge of what I had seen. The news broke on a Sunday morning in late April. A woman named Kendra Vogel had been reported missing from her apartment on Lomas Boulevard. She was 31 years old, a physical therapist last seen by a coworker on Friday evening. Her door showed no signs of forced entry. Her car was still in the parking lot. Her family said she would never leave without telling someone, that she was not the type to just disappear. I stared at the article on my phone, reading the name over and over again. Kendra, the letter K on the keychain. He had a copy of her key. He had been inside her apartment before she even knew she was in danger. I called Sergeant Orozco immediately and left a voicemail that probably sounded unhinged. I told him about the blog entry, about the keychain, about how I had tried to warn him weeks ago. He called me back that afternoon, and this time his tone was different. He asked me to come to the station and give a formal statement. He asked if I would be willing to work with their digital forensics team to try to reconstruct my search history from that night. He did not apologize for dismissing me before, but I could hear something new in his voice, something that sounded almost like fear. I told him I would be there within the hour. The next 3 months were a blur of interviews, forensic analysis, and waiting. The police tech team managed to recover fragments of my browsing history, enough to confirm that I had accessed something on the deep web that night, though the actual content of the site remained unrecoverable. They cross-referenced my notes with their case files and found details that had never been released to the public. The specific location where Felicity Dunn's earring had been found, the broken clasp on the Jane Doe's necklace, the exact time window when Brooke Ellison had last been seen. I had no way of knowing those things unless I had seen them somewhere, and the only place I could have seen them was that blog. Sergeant Orozco stopped treating me like a nuisance and started treating me like a witness. They brought in FBI consultants who specialized in online predators, people who understood how criminals use the dark web to document and share their activities. One of them, a woman with gray hair and tired eyes, told me that what I had stumbled onto was not unique. There were others out there, hiding in plain sight on forgotten corners of the internet, keeping records that no one would ever find unless they got very lucky or very unlucky. She said I was the first credible lead they had found in years, That did not make me feel any better. Kendra Vogel was found in early July, alive, in a storage unit on the edge of the city. A neighbor had reported a strange smell coming from the facility, and when police investigated, they found her dehydrated, malnourished, but breathing. She had been held there for almost 2 months. The man who took her was a 43-year-old electrician named Russell Embry, someone with no prior criminal record, someone who had lived in Albuquerque his entire life without attracting any attention. They caught him because he made a mistake. He used a credit card registered to his real name to pay for the storage unit, a lapse in judgment after years of careful planning. When they searched his house, they found a laptop with an encrypted partition containing hundreds of photographs, journal entries, and detailed notes about women he had watched, approached, and in some cases taken. The blog I had found was just one of several he maintained, rotating between addresses, deleting and recreating them whenever he sensed scrutiny. He had been doing this for over a decade. Felicity Dunn, Iris Calloway, Brooke Ellison. They found evidence connected to all of them. Some of them they found remains. I try not to think about that part too much. Russell Embry is currently awaiting trial on multiple counts of kidnapping, assault, and murder. The prosecutors say it will take years to work through all the evidence, to identify every victim, to build cases strong enough to ensure he never sees the outside of a prison again. Kendra Vogel survived, but from what I have heard, she moved out of state and does not speak to anyone about what happened to her during those 2 months. I understand that. Some experiences change you in ways that words cannot capture. I still work at the library, still spend my evenings cataloging old documents and preserving digital history, but I do not explore the deep web anymore. I cannot bring myself to open Tor or follow dead links or wonder what might be hiding just beyond the reach of normal search engines. Sometimes at night, when my husband is asleep and the house is quiet, I think about that blog and the plain white background and the photographs of objects that belong to women who would never come home. I think about how close I came to dismissing it as fiction, how easily I could have clicked away and never thought about it again. I think about the entry for Lomas Boulevard, about the keychain with the letter K, about the weeks I spent trying to warn someone while a woman sat in a storage unit waiting to die. The FBI agent told me I helped save a life, and maybe that is true. But I also know that I found that site by accident, that Russell Embry had been operating for over 10 years before anyone stumbled onto his records, and that there are others out there just like him, patient, careful, invisible, keeping their own journals in the forgotten corners of the internet, waiting for someone to make a mistake. I check my locks 3 times every night now. I installed cameras on every door, and I never, ever leave my blinds open after dark. Friday nights alone used to feel like a luxury. Ben, my husband, was away at a work conference until Sunday, and I had the whole house to myself at the end of Oakdale Drive, a quiet cul-de-sac in a small Michigan town where the most exciting thing that happens is someone getting a new mailbox. I had finished my shows, scrolled through every app on my phone, and was on my second glass of Cabernet when I remembered something my coworker Stephanie mentioned during lunch that week. Her brother had apparently been exploring the deep web and found some disturbing forums there. She made it sound like this forbidden corner of the internet that regular people never see. I got my laptop, started searching for tutorials, and after about an hour I managed to download a Tor browser and figure out how it worked. Most of the links I clicked were garbage, broken pages, stuff in languages I could not read. But then I found this one forum that loaded perfectly, and I wish to God it had been broken too. The forum looked ancient, like something from the early 2000s, with a dark background and plain white text. No fancy graphics, no logos, just threads and usernames that were random strings of numbers and letters. I scrolled through the main page and my curiosity turned into something else entirely. There were threads about things I do not even want to type out. Discussions about surveillance techniques on specific people, complete with photos that were clearly taken without consent. guides on how to find personal information from social media profiles. One thread had a list of home addresses matched with daily routines of the people who lived there. I felt sick, but I kept scrolling, the way you cannot look away from a car accident. I spent maybe 15 or 20 minutes reading before I finally closed the browser, deleted it from my computer, and tried to convince myself that what I had just seen was probably fake, some kind of elaborate dark joke by edgy teenagers. I poured another glass of wine and told myself I was being paranoid. It could not have been more than 10 minutes after I closed everything. I was in the kitchen rinsing my wine glass when my phone buzzed on the counter. I figured it was Ben checking in or maybe Stephanie sending some meme, so I picked it up without thinking. The message came from a number I did not recognize, no name attached, just a string of digits with an area code I had never seen before. There was no text, just a photo. I tapped on it and my whole body went cold. It was the front of my house. My house. Taken from the street maybe 20 feet from the curb, showing the porch light on and my car in the driveway. The angle was slightly tilted, like someone had snapped it quickly while walking by. I stood there staring at my phone for what felt like a full minute, trying to come up with some logical explanation. Maybe it was a wrong number, some weird coincidence, a realtor sending photos to the wrong contact. But then the second message came through. 3 lights on inside. Kitchen, living room, upstairs bathroom. That was all it said. I read it twice because my brain refused to process what I was seeing. I looked up from my phone and realized the message was accurate. The kitchen light above my head was on. The living room lamp behind me was on. And I had left the bathroom light on upstairs when I came down earlier. Whoever sent this was not guessing. They were watching my house right now, at this exact moment, counting which windows were lit up from the outside. I felt my legs go weak and I grabbed the edge of the counter to steady myself. I wanted to run to the windows and look outside, but something told me that was exactly what they wanted me to do. I wanted to see who was out there, but I also did not want them to see me seeing them. I just stood there in my kitchen, frozen between the urge to look and the fear of what I might find. I grabbed my phone and tried to call Ben. My fingers were trembling so badly that I mistyped his number twice before finally getting it right. It rang once, twice, 3 times, and then went to voicemail. I hung up and tried again. Same thing. I sent him a text that probably made no sense, something like, "Call me now, someone outside the house, please call me." Then I tried 911. I dialed the numbers and pressed call, and the screen showed it was connecting, but nothing happened. No ring, no operator, nothing. I pulled the phone away from my face and saw that I had full signal, 4 bars. Everything looked normal. I tried again, and this time it rang once before cutting out completely. I do not know if it was the phone, the network, or something else entirely, but in that moment I felt more alone than I have ever felt in my life. I was standing in my own kitchen, in my own house, and I could not reach a single person who could help me. That is when I heard it. A soft rattling sound coming from the front of the house. It was subtle at first, almost like the wind pushing against the door, but then it got more deliberate. Someone was testing the handle. Not knocking, not ringing the bell, just slowly turning the knob back and forth to see if it would open. I held my breath and listened. The sound stopped for a few seconds, then started again. Turn, pause, turn, pause. Like they were being patient about it, checking if anyone would react. I backed away from the kitchen toward the hallway, trying to remember if I'd locked the door when I came home. I always lock the door. I always do. But in that moment, I could not remember, and the doubt was enough to make my chest tighten until I could barely breathe. The rattling stopped again, and the silence that followed was somehow worse than the sound itself. My phone buzzed in my hand and I nearly dropped it. Another message from the same unknown number. This one had no photo, just text. "You should not have visited." I stared at those 5 words and felt something click into place in my brain. The forum, the deep web. Somehow in those 15 or 20 minutes I spent scrolling through that site, someone had tracked me. I thought I was anonymous, thought the Tor browser was supposed to hide everything, but clearly I was wrong. Maybe I clicked something I should not have. Maybe my computer gave away information I did not know it could give. I do not understand how any of it works. And standing there in my hallway with someone outside my door, I realized how stupid I had been. I was a 31-year-old woman who worked in insurance and barely knew how to update her own phone, and I thought I could just waltz into the darkest corner of the internet without consequences. I made a decision. I was not going to stand there like a sitting duck waiting for whatever was going to happen next. I moved as quietly as I could toward the back of the house, staying low, keeping away from the windows. Our house has a back door that leads out to a small patio, and then the yard, which connects to a strip of woods that separates our neighborhood from the next one over. If I could get outside without being seen, I could run to the Nelsons' house 2 doors down. They were an older couple, retired, and I knew they were home because I had seen their living room light on earlier. I reached the back door and put my hand on the lock. It was a sliding glass door, the kind that makes noise no matter how careful you are. I took a breath and started to slide it open, just an inch at first, then a little more. The cold night air hit my face and I was about to step out when my phone buzzed again. The message was a photo, my back patio, taken from somewhere in the yard, maybe near the tree line, showing the sliding glass door I was standing behind. I could see my own silhouette in the image, backlit by the hallway light, my hand on the door frame. The photo had been taken seconds ago. I slammed the door shut and locked it, then stumbled backward and fell against the kitchen island. They were not just at the front of the house, they were everywhere, watching the front, watching the back, taking photos and sending them to me like some kind of sick game. I crawled across the kitchen floor until I was in the corner between the refrigerator and the wall, the only spot in the house where no window could see me. I pulled my knees up to my chest and sat there shaking, my phone clutched in both hands. I tried 911 again. This time it connected. A woman's voice answered, calm and professional, asking what my emergency was. I started talking so fast I could barely get the words out. I told her someone was outside my house, that they were sending me photos, that they had been trying the door. She asked for my address and I gave it to her, my voice cracking on every syllable. She told me to stay on the line, that she was dispatching a unit to my location, that officers would be there in approximately 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Sounds like nothing when you say it out loud, but when you are sitting on your kitchen floor with strangers circling your house, 8 minutes feels like 8 hours. I stayed in that corner, pressed against the cold tile, listening to every creak and groan the house made. The dispatcher kept talking to me, asking if I could hear anything, if anyone was trying to get in. I told her about the front door, about the rattling. She told me to stay away from the doors and windows, to keep the lights on so the officers could identify the house. I remember thinking that the lights were exactly what had given me away in the first place, but I did not argue. I just sat there and waited, counting the seconds in my head. The police arrived in 7 minutes, not 8. I heard the sirens first, distant and getting closer, and then the flash of red and blue lights through the kitchen window. 2 patrol cars pulled up in front of the house and 4 officers got out. I stayed on the line with the dispatcher until one of them knocked on the front door and announced himself. I got up on shaky legs and walked to the door, checked through the peephole to make sure it was really a uniform, and opened it. The officer was a tall guy, maybe in his 40s, with a calm face that made me feel like everything was going to be okay. I told him what happened, showed him the messages on my phone, pointed toward the backyard where the last photo had been taken. 2 of the officers went around the side of the house with flashlights, while the other 2 stayed with me. I watched their lights sweep across the yard through the trees along the fence line. After about 10 minutes, they came back. They had not found anyone. No footprints in the soft ground near the tree line. No signs that anyone had been standing there. Nothing. The officer who stayed with me, his name tag said Briggs, told me that whoever had been out there must have left when they heard the sirens. He said these things sometimes happen, that there are people who get a thrill out of scaring others, and that the connection to the forum I visited was probably not a coincidence. He explained that some of those sites have ways of tracking visitors that most people do not know about, scripts that can pull your IP address even through a VPN if you are not careful. He asked if I had clicked on anything, downloaded anything, and I told him I did not think so, but I was not sure. He took down all the information, made copies of the messages and photos from my phone, and told me they would look into it. He also suggested I stay somewhere else for the night, maybe with a friend or family member, just to be safe. I called Ben again, and this time he picked up. I could barely explain what happened without crying. He said he would leave the conference first thing in the morning and drive straight home. I spent that night at the Nelsons' house, sitting in their guest room with the lights on, unable to sleep. Ben got home the next afternoon and we went through the house together, room by room, checking every lock, every window, every corner. Nothing was disturbed. Nothing was missing. It was like that night had never happened, except for the photos still saved on my phone and the police report with my name on it. The detective assigned to the case called me twice over the following weeks, but he never had any real updates. The phone number that sent the messages was traced to a burner, purchased with cash somewhere in Chicago, already deactivated by the time they looked into it. The photos had no metadata, no GPS coordinates, nothing that could tell them where they came from or who took them. The forum I visited was gone too. I tried to find it again a few days later, just to show Ben what I had seen, but every link led nowhere. It was like it had been erased from the internet completely. The detective said that was common with those kinds of sites, that they appear and disappear all the time to avoid detection. He told me to let him know if anything else happened, but nothing ever did. That was almost 2 years ago. I still live in the same house, still drive down the same street, still wave at the Nelsons when I see them outside. Ben and I got a security system installed, cameras on every corner of the property, motion sensors, the whole setup. I check the footage sometimes, late at night when I cannot sleep, scrolling through hours of empty driveway and still trees. I have never seen anything unusual. No figures standing at the edge of the yard. No shadows moving where they should not be. Whoever was out there that night, whatever they wanted, they got it and moved on. Or maybe they are still watching from somewhere I cannot see, waiting for something I do not understand. I do not know which possibility scares me more. What I do know is that I will never visit a site like that again, and I will never forget how it felt to see my own silhouette in a photo I did not take. Some doors, once you open them, you cannot close. You just have to hope that whatever came through decides to leave on its own. Boredom can make you do stupid things. At 16, with summer break stretching out like an endless desert and most of my friends away on family vacations, I found myself alone in our house in suburban Milwaukee more often than not. My parents both worked long shifts, Dad at a packaging plant, Mom as a nurse at the county hospital. So from June through August, the house was basically mine from 7 in the morning until 6 at night. I had a decent gaming PC in my room, a graduation gift from my uncle who worked in IT, and way too much unsupervised time on my hands. Most days I would just play online games, watch YouTube videos, or scroll through Reddit until my eyes burned. But that particular summer, around mid-July 2024, I got curious about something I had only heard whispers about in gaming forums and edgy corners of the internet: the deep web. It started innocently enough, or at least that is what I told myself. I downloaded Tor after watching a few videos about internet privacy and how journalists in dangerous countries used it to communicate safely. The first few sites I visited were boring, just forums about cryptocurrency, some libraries of old books, nothing exciting. But then I stumbled into the stranger corners. Not the illegal marketplaces or anything that extreme. I was curious, not suicidal. But forums where people discussed hacking, shared supposedly leaked documents, and posted cryptic threads about corporate surveillance. One forum in particular caught my attention. It was called the Null Archive, and it presented itself as a community of digital privacy advocates. The interface was ugly, all dark backgrounds and green text like something from an old movie about hackers. I created an account with a fake email and a username I thought was clever at the time, ShadowBiteCU16. I lurked for a few days, reading threads, never posting anything. I figured as long as I did not interact, I was safe. I could not have been more wrong. About 3 weeks into my little exploration phase, I got a private message. The notification icon turned red while I was scrolling through a thread about VPN vulnerabilities, and my first thought was that it must be some kind of automated welcome message or spam. The username that sent it was adminnull7, and the message itself was short, almost casual in tone. It just said, "You should be more careful, ShadowBite. Your OPSEC is terrible. Check your downloads folder." I remember staring at those words for a full minute, trying to convince myself it was a prank, some kind of hazing ritual the forum did to new members. But something in my gut told me to actually check. I minimized Tor and opened my downloads folder, and there it was. A text file I had never seen before, dated that same day, named helloshadow.txt. I had not downloaded anything. I had not clicked any links. The file had just appeared on my computer like it had always been there. I wish I could say I was smart enough to shut everything down right then, pull the plug on my PC, and never look back. But curiosity is a powerful drug, especially when you are 16 and think you are invincible. I opened the text file. Inside was a list, and when I started reading it, my whole body went cold in a way I had never experienced before. It was my browser history from the past month, not just from Tor, but from Chrome too. Every single site I had visited laid out in neat chronological order. Below that was a list of the photos saved on my computer, including the file names of pictures I had taken on my phone and transferred over. Then came my school schedule for the upcoming semester, pulled from an email I had received from Roosevelt High 2 weeks earlier. And at the very bottom, in plain text like it was nothing special at all, was my home address. My actual home address. The house where I was sitting alone at that very moment, reading words that a stranger had somehow planted on my computer. I slammed my laptop shut like it was on fire. My heart was beating so fast I could hear it pounding in my ears, and for a long moment I just sat there in my dim bedroom, staring at the closed computer like it might spring open on its own. The house felt different now, bigger and emptier than it had 5 minutes ago. Every creak of the floorboards, every hum of the air conditioning made me jump. I kept thinking about that address at the bottom of the file, how casually it had been placed there, like a signature at the end of a letter. Whoever this adminnull7 person was, they knew where I lived. They could be anyone, anywhere in the world, but they knew the exact street where I slept every night. I thought about calling my parents, but what would I even say? That I had been poking around illegal hacking forums and now someone was messing with me? I could already picture my dad's face, the disappointment mixed with anger, the lectures that would follow. So I did nothing. I just sat there in the growing dark, too scared to open my computer again, but too ashamed to ask for help. After maybe an hour of sitting paralyzed in my room, I finally worked up the nerve to open the laptop again. There was another message waiting in my null archive inbox, sent about 20 minutes after the first one. "Relax," it said. "I am not the one you need to worry about. I am the one warning you. Someone on this forum has been running a data harvesting operation for months. They target new accounts, especially ones with weak security like yours. Your device was compromised the moment you created your account. Keylogger, remote access, the whole package. I am an admin here, and I have seen what happens to people who ignore this. Delete your account, wipe your hard drive, and pray they have not already sold your information. This is not a joke." There was a second file attached to this message, and against every instinct screaming at me to stop, I downloaded it. It was a screenshot of a conversation in some other chat platform I did not recognize, all in a language that looked like Russian. But in the middle of the conversation, highlighted in yellow, was my username, ShadowBite16, followed by a dollar amount, $200. Someone was selling access to my computer, my files, my life, for $200. The next few hours were a blur of panic and frantic Googling. I searched for what to do if your computer has a keylogger, how to tell if someone has remote access to your PC, what happens when your personal information gets sold online. The answers I found only made things worse. Keyloggers could capture every password I had ever typed, my email, my social media, the Amazon account I used to buy video games with a prepaid card. Remote access meant someone could turn on my webcam without the light coming on, could watch me sitting in my room without me ever knowing. And once your data was sold, there was no taking it back. It could be copied, shared, resold 100 times over, passed around like trading cards among people who made their living exploiting strangers. I thought about all the things saved on my computer, family photos from vacations, pictures of my little sister's birthday party last year, screenshots of conversations with friends. Nothing illegal, nothing even embarrassing really, but all of it suddenly felt exposed, violated, like someone had gone through my dresser drawers and touched everything I owned. I unplugged my webcam with trembling fingers and put a piece of electrical tape over the built-in camera on my laptop for good measure. Around 9 that night, my phone buzzed with a text from a number I did not recognize. The message contained nothing but a photo, a picture of my house taken from across the street, the living room windows glowing yellow in the summer darkness. I could see the silhouette of our couch through the curtains, the flickering blue light of the TV my dad must have left on that morning. Below the image was a single line of text. "Nice place. You should really close your blinds at night." I dropped the phone like it had burned me. For a moment I could not breathe, could not think, could not do anything but stand frozen in the middle of my bedroom with every light suddenly feeling too bright and every shadow too deep. Someone was outside. Someone had been standing across the street from my house taking pictures, and now they wanted me to know it. This was not some faceless hacker on the other side of the world anymore. This was someone close enough to see my living room, someone who knew I was home alone and wanted me to understand just how vulnerable I really was. I ran through the house, closing every blind, locking every door, checking every window twice. My hands would not stop shaking as I pulled the curtains shut in the living room, and I kept imagining eyes watching me from the darkness outside, tracking my movements through the gaps in the fabric. When I finished, I sat on the kitchen floor with my back against the refrigerator, knees pulled up to my chest, phone clutched in my sweaty palm. I wanted to call my parents so badly it hurt, but the shame was like a physical weight pressing down on my chest. How could I explain this? How could I tell them that their son had been stupid enough to wander into corners of the internet he had no business visiting, and now someone was stalking him because of it? I thought about calling the police, but what would I even report? Someone took a picture of my house? Someone sent me a text message? I could already hear how ridiculous it would sound, could already see the skeptical look on some officer's face as I tried to explain the deep web and keyloggers, and data harvesting to someone who probably still used their birthday as a password. So I just sat there on the cold tile floor, watching the minutes tick by on the microwave clock, waiting for my parents to come home and trying not to cry. My mom walked through the door around 10:30, and the relief I felt at the sound of her keys in the lock was so overwhelming that I almost broke down right there in the kitchen. But I held it together, told her I was just getting a late snack, tried to make my voice sound normal even though it felt like my throat was filled with sand. She looked tired from her shift and did not seem to notice anything wrong, just kissed the top of my head and went upstairs to shower. Dad came home about an hour later, and by then I had retreated to my room, lying in bed with the lights off, staring at the ceiling and jumping at every sound. I did not sleep that night. Every time I started to drift off, my phone would light up with another message from that unknown number. Sometimes just a single emoji, a smiley face or a waving hand. Sometimes a few words like, "Still awake?" or "Try to get some rest, big day tomorrow." They knew I was not sleeping. They knew I was lying there in the dark, terrified, and they were enjoying it. By the time the sun started coming up, I'd received 17 messages, and each one felt like a finger poking at an open wound, reminding me that there was nowhere I could hide. The next morning, I made a decision. I was too exhausted and too scared to keep carrying this alone, and the messages had made one thing very clear: whoever was doing this was not going to stop on their own. I waited until my dad was drinking his coffee at the kitchen table, my mom already gone for an early shift, and I sat down across from him and told him everything. I started from the beginning, from the boredom and the Tor browser and the forum with the ugly green text, and I watched his face shift from confusion to concern, to something that looked a lot like fear. When I showed him the text messages, the photo of our house, the file with our address in it, he went pale in a way I had never seen before. He did not yell at me, did not lecture me about being stupid or reckless. He just sat there for a long moment with his jaw tight and his hands wrapped around his coffee mug like he was trying to keep them steady. Then he picked up his phone and called the police. 2 officers came to our house an hour later, and I had to explain the whole thing again. Had to watch them exchange glances when I mentioned the deep web. Had to sit there feeling small and foolish while they took notes and asked questions I did not know how to answer. The investigation that followed lasted almost 3 months. It turned out that the person behind the harassment was not some shadowy international hacker. It was a 19-year-old college dropout named Brendan Lowe, who lived about 40 minutes away in Racine. He had been running a small-scale data harvesting scheme on the Null archive for over a year, targeting teenagers specifically because they were easy marks with poor security habits and parents who might pay to make problems go away. The photo of my house had been taken by someone he paid $20 to on a local gig app, just some random person who thought they were doing a harmless errand. Brendan had never actually been outside my house himself. He was not brave enough for that, but he had built a whole system designed to make his victims feel watched, hunted, completely alone. The police found files on his computer from dozens of kids like me, folders full of personal information he had collected and either sold or used for blackmail. I was lucky, they told me. I came forward before he had a chance to do any real damage with my data. Other kids had not been so fortunate. Some had paid him money to leave them alone. Others had their photos posted on revenge websites. A few had their identities stolen in ways that took years to untangle. Brendan was arrested and eventually pleaded guilty to multiple counts of computer fraud, identity theft, and cyber stalking. He got 6 years in federal prison, which felt like both too much and not nearly enough. It has been almost a year and a half since all of this happened, and I still think about it more often than I would like to admit. I changed all my passwords, wiped my computer completely, deleted every social media account I had, and started fresh with new emails and new usernames. My parents installed better security software on all our devices and had a long conversation with me about internet safety that I actually listened to this time. But some things you cannot just delete or reset. I still get a jolt of panic whenever my phone buzzes with a text from a number I do not recognize. I still close my blinds before the sun goes down, every single night, even in winter when it gets dark by 5. And sometimes, when I am lying in bed trying to fall asleep, I think about how close I came to having my whole life ruined by a bored college dropout in Racine, who saw me as nothing more than a username and a $sign. The internet is not some separate world that exists apart from real life. It is a door, and once you open it, you cannot always control who walks through. I learned that lesson the hard way, and I am sharing this because maybe someone reading this is sitting alone in their room right now, thinking about exploring some dark corner of the web just to see what is out there. Trust me when I say this. Whatever you think you might find, it is not worth what you might lose. At the time this happened, life felt predictable in a way that almost bored me. I was working remotely, renting a small place on the edge of a quiet Midwestern town, and spending most nights scrolling forums instead of talking to people. Curiosity had become a habit, especially anything involving obscure corners of the internet and the strange things people claim to find there. That's how I came across an ad for a dark web mystery box labeled "Authentic Unclaimed Items," written in sloppy text with no branding and no explanation. The price was low enough to feel reckless, but not stupid, which probably says more about my mindset than I'd like to admit. I told myself it was just leftover junk from storage lockers or abandoned mail. Nothing dangerous, nothing real, just something to break the routine and give me a story to read later. I placed the order late at night and closed my laptop, already forgetting about it. For a few days, life went on exactly the same. The package arrived wrapped in plain brown layers with no return address, heavier than I expected. Inside, everything was arranged carefully, almost respectfully, like someone packing memories instead of objects. There was a small spiral notebook with a cracked black cover, the kind sold at gas stations, its pages warped like they'd been near moisture. A cheap prepaid phone sat underneath, powered off with scratches along the screen that formed a faint crescent. At the bottom of the box was a plastic bag tied with a knot so tight I had to cut it open. Inside were clothes, dark jeans and a hoodie, stiff with dried soil and carrying a sour metallic smell that clung to my fingers. None of it felt random, and that realization crept in slowly. This wasn't clutter. This was a selection. I sat at my kitchen table flipping through the notebook, expecting rambling thoughts or nonsense entries. Instead, most pages were filled with short lines, repeated phrases, and odd notes about locations written in a careful, almost apologetic handwriting. One phrase appeared again and again, underlined each time as if it mattered more than the rest. On impulse, I typed that phrase into a regular search engine, expecting nothing. What came up made the room feel smaller in a way I can't properly explain. The phrase matched a line quoted in a local news article about a woman named Hannah Cole, who had disappeared several years earlier. The article mentioned a notebook found at her apartment with the same wording, described as something she wrote during bouts of anxiety. Photos showed her smiling awkwardly at the camera, wearing clothes disturbingly similar to what sat in my trash bag. I closed the laptop and just sat there, listening to the refrigerator hum like it was the only thing still working properly. Sleep didn't come easily after that, and the following days felt stretched thin, like time was dragging itself forward. I kept the box sealed in a closet, telling myself distance would make it feel less real, but it didn't help. Late one evening, a notification lit up my screen from an encrypted account I didn't recognize. The message was short and polite, thanking me for the purchase and asking if the items met my expectations. Attached was a single photo. It showed the front of my house taken from the street, porch light on, curtains drawn exactly the way I leave them at night. There was no explanation, no threat, just proof that the sender knew where I lived. That was the moment it became clear the box hadn't been a novelty at all. It was a message, and I had just confirmed that it had been delivered to the right person. I didn't reply to the message, but ignoring it didn't bring any relief. Every sound outside started to carry weight, like it was trying to tell me something. Cars passing too slowly, the scrape of wind against the siding, footsteps that might have been mine echoing in the wrong direction. The prepaid phone from the box sat powered off on my counter, and I couldn't stop staring at it, wondering if it would light up on its own. When I finally turned it on, the screen blinked to life without asking for a code. There were no contacts saved, no apps, just one photo in the gallery. It showed a patch of ground freshly disturbed, with the corner of fabric barely visible beneath the dirt. The image metadata had been stripped, leaving no clues except the quiet certainty that it wasn't meant for me to admire. It felt like an invitation I never asked for. That night dragged on in pieces. I tried distracting myself with television, then music, but everything sounded too loud or too empty. At some point, another message came through the same encrypted account, asking again for feedback, phrased almost cheerfully. The casual tone made it worse, like the sender enjoyed pretending this was a normal transaction. I noticed then that the account name matched a phrase written on the inside cover of the notebook, something I hadn't paid attention to before. That detail stuck with me more than the photo had. It suggested planning, patience, and a long awareness of how this would play out. Whoever sent the box hadn't acted on impulse. They had waited for someone like me to bite. I made the decision to involve the authorities the next morning, bringing everything with me in sealed bags. The reaction was measured but tense, the kind of calm that doesn't promise comfort. They recognized Hannah Cole's name immediately and asked questions I struggled to answer, like why I'd ordered the box in the first place and how much I'd interacted with the seller. The notebook and clothing were taken away, and the phone disappeared into an evidence locker. An officer advised me to stay with a friend for a while and keep my routines unpredictable, which sounded surreal coming from someone in uniform. Before I left, another message came through on my phone, unread by them. It simply said, "You weren't the first choice." That sentence followed me out of the building and all the way to the borrowed couch I slept on that night. Weeks passed without another message, and eventually the silence became its own kind of answer. The investigation didn't lead anywhere public, and I stopped checking forums altogether. The part that stays with me isn't the fear anymore, but the realization that someone out there used a missing person's life as leverage, as proof of reach. The box was never about shock value or entertainment. It was a test, a way to see who would look closely enough to understand what they were holding. I still don't know why I was chosen in the end, or what happened to Hannah beyond what's already known. All I know is that curiosity used to feel harmless to me, and now it feels like something that watches back. Eventually, I stopped waiting for another message and focused on doing something practical instead of spiraling. I moved out of that house entirely, not dramatically, just quietly, packing my things over a weekend and leaving no forwarding address tied to my name. I changed numbers, scrubbed old accounts, and abandoned the online spaces where I'd first found the listing. It wasn't about running away so much as removing myself from the path I'd unknowingly stepped onto. The authorities never told me outright to disappear, but their silence said enough. No updates, no reassurance, just the understanding that some doors, once opened, don't close cleanly. I told myself relocation was temporary, a pause until the anxiety eased. Deep down, I knew it was permanent. Months later, a detective contacted me once more, asking if I'd noticed anything unusual after the move. Nothing had arrived, no photos, no messages, no reminders. The seller's account had vanished, along with the listing, as if it had never existed. The case tied to the notebook remained unresolved, officially still open, unofficially stalled. They believed the box had been assembled years earlier and circulated deliberately, passed from seller to seller as a kind of credential, proof of proximity, proof of history, proof that the person behind the screen wasn't bluffing. Hearing that reframed everything. I hadn't been targeted for who I was, but for who I represented, someone curious enough to open the box and careful enough to understand it. I still think about the moment I clicked buy, how casual it felt, how small the decision seemed. The unsettling part isn't the threat that followed, but the professionalism of it all. No rage, no urgency, just calm confirmation that access existed. Whoever sent that box didn't need to act further. The message had landed. I was aware now, and awareness was the point. Sometimes I imagine that box sitting on another kitchen table somewhere, opened by someone else, starting the same chain of recognition. That thought keeps me grounded in a strange way. It reminds me that survival isn't always dramatic. Sometimes it's just knowing when to stop looking. These days, my life looks ordinary again from the outside. New routines, new surroundings, fewer late nights online. I don't chase mysteries anymore, and I don't open doors just because they're there. When people joke about dark web stories or mystery boxes, I stay quiet. There are things that exist solely to confirm they can reach you, not to entertain you. I learned that lesson without anyone knocking on my door or saying my name out loud, and I'm grateful for that. If this story sounds restrained or unfinished, that's because it is. Some experiences don't end with answers. They end with distance, and that's the best outcome I could have hoped for. Late nights had become routine for me during that period, mostly because my sleep schedule was wrecked, and the apartment felt quieter after midnight. I'm Jason, and at the time I lived alone in a small rented place above a closed-down bookstore, working remote tech support and barely seeing anyone in person. Most evenings ended the same way: cheap takeout, dim desk lamp, laptop open, headphones on. That night wasn't special in any obvious way, and that's probably why it stuck with me so hard later. I remember the faint hum of my old ceiling fan and the way the hallway light outside my door flickered every few minutes. I had been bouncing between forums out of boredom, clicking links without much thought. Curiosity won over common sense like it usually does when you're tired and alone. Eventually, I ended up on an anonymous video chat site, buried deep behind a string of links I probably shouldn't have followed. The connection took longer than usual, showing a black screen and distorted audio pops before stabilizing. When the other person appeared, the feed was grainy and low-lit, just a vague outline of a head and shoulders. The voice came through clear, calm, and strangely relaxed, asking generic questions about music and work. I answered casually, leaning back in my chair, not giving away anything personal. A minute or two in, the tone shifted without warning. He mentioned the cracked mug on my desk, then the stack of unopened mail beside my keyboard. I hadn't said a word about my surroundings, and my camera light was definitely off. I laughed it off at first, assuming a lucky guess, but the way he described the peeling sticker on my laptop lid made my chest tighten. That detail wasn't visible unless you were in the room or watching from my end. The video started stuttering after that, freezing every few seconds while the audio kept going. His mouth would stop moving, but the voice continued, responding to things I hadn't finished saying yet. At one point, my screen locked completely on a distorted frame, yet he kept talking, commenting on the sound of my fan and asking why I never fixed it. I tried to close the tab, but my cursor lagged like it was dragging through wet cement. The temperature in the room felt heavier, not colder, just dense, like the air before a storm. I could hear my own breathing through the headphones, louder than it should have been. Then, abruptly, the screen went black and the site kicked me back to the homepage. No error message, no warning, just silence and my reflection staring back at me. I sat there longer than I cared to admit, listening to the building settle and trying to convince myself it was some elaborate trick. Eventually, I shut everything down and went to bed, though sleep came in short, shallow bursts. The next afternoon, daylight made the apartment feel less threatening, but the unease hadn't faded. While clearing space on my laptop, I opened a hidden system folder I didn't recognize, buried deep in my files. Inside were short video clips, all time-stamped weeks before that night. Each one showed me at my desk, from the exact angle my webcam would capture, sometimes typing, sometimes just sitting there staring at the screen. In one clip, I paused and glanced directly at the camera, like I sensed something, even though I remembered nothing about it. That was when the weight of it really sank in, and the fear stopped feeling abstract. Panic didn't hit all at once. It crept in slowly as I opened each file and realized how far back they went. Some clips showed early mornings, sunlight barely cutting through the blinds. Others caught the room lit only by my desk lamp late at night. The most unsettling part was how ordinary I looked in them, completely unaware. In one video, I adjusted the webcam slightly, something I don't remember ever doing. Another, I leaned in close to the screen, squinting like I was reading something specific. My throat felt dry as I checked the metadata and saw the files had been accessed repeatedly, not just created. Whoever did this didn't just watch once and disappear. They came back. That evening, every small sound in the apartment felt amplified. The fan hummed unevenly, the pipes clicked behind the walls, and footsteps from the stairwell lingered longer than usual. I covered the webcam with tape, unplugged it, then unplugged the laptop entirely, even though part of me knew that might already be pointless. Opening my router settings revealed unfamiliar login attempts from addresses that didn't match anything local. One device name stood out, labeled with a string of characters that looked almost intentional, not random. I reset passwords, changed settings, and shut down anything I didn't recognize. Still, the sense of being watched refused to leave, like a thought you can't shake no matter how hard you try. Later that night, curiosity pushed back against fear, and I checked the site again from a different device. The homepage loaded, but my username history was gone, wiped clean. No record of the session, no trace I had ever been there. As I scrolled through my files once more, I noticed something I had missed earlier. a short audio clip saved separately from the videos. It was just background noise at first, the fan, my typing, a faint city sound through the window. Then a second voice came through, quiet and close, speaking words that matched what had been said during the call. Hearing it outside the context of the chat made it feel much more real, much more intentional. By the end of that day, I stopped trying to explain it away. I contacted a specialist through my job, someone who dealt with security breaches, and handed over everything without keeping copies. The advice was blunt. Wipe the system completely, replace hardware, move on. I followed it all, relocated a few weeks later, and rebuilt my routines from scratch. Nothing like that ever happened again, at least not in a way I could prove. Still, sometimes late at night, I catch myself lowering my voice around devices, aware of how easily access can happen without permission. That one night didn't just scare me, it permanently changed how safe alone feels. Months passed, and the fear dulled into something quieter but heavier. Life looked normal on the surface again. New apartment, new laptop, new routines. Still, certain habits never left. I positioned screens away from where I slept, avoided mirrors reflecting monitors, and shut devices down completely instead of letting them rest. Friends noticed I flinched when video calls lagged or audio desynced, but I never explained why. Talking about it felt pointless, like trying to describe a sound you only hear in dreams. Part of me hoped that by staying silent, whatever had happened would lose interest. Another part knew silence had never really stopped anyone before. One evening, curiosity pulled me back to my old backups, the ones I'd stored on an external drive and sworn not to touch. I plugged it in, half expecting nothing to load, half expecting something worse. Most of the data was gone, corrupted during the wipe process, but one folder remained intact. Inside was a single text file I didn't remember creating. The contents were short, written like notes, describing my habits in unsettling detail. When I stayed up late, how often I paced while thinking, which nights I talked to myself without realizing it. At the bottom was a line mentioning the video chat, phrased like an observation rather than a memory. That was the moment I understood this wasn't random curiosity on someone else's part. It was study. I deleted the file, formatted the drive, and destroyed it physically this time. Not out of panic, but decision. There was no winning by trying to understand the person behind it. No closure waiting in more evidence. I reported what little I still had through proper channels and accepted that I might never get answers. What mattered more was reclaiming some sense of control, even if it was symbolic. I started leaving lights on, keeping curtains open at night and refusing to let fear dictate every choice. The feeling of being observed slowly faded into the background. Never gone, but no longer consuming everything. Toggle. Now, when people talk casually about anonymous platforms or joke about webcams watching them, I don't laugh along. I listen. I know how ordinary that night felt before it turned strange, how easily curiosity slipped into vulnerability. Nothing dramatic ever followed. No knock at the door. No final message explaining it all. It simply stopped. And somehow that silence is what unsettles me most. Whatever crossed into my life that night didn't need to announce itself again. It already knew enough. Running a small independent channel online had always felt like shouting into a tunnel and listening for an echo. The content was slow-burn investigative stuff, mostly disappearances people stopped talking about years ago. At the time, life was quiet and repetitive, split between editing late at night and working a day job that barely paid the bills. The channel wasn't big enough to matter, but it was just visible enough to attract strange emails. Messages from armchair detectives, grieving relatives, and trolls blended together until they all sounded the same. I answered some, ignored most, and learned to trust my instincts about which ones felt genuine. That routine made it easy to miss the moment when things shifted. Looking back, the warning signs were there, just subtle enough to brush aside. The day everything happened started like any other upload day, with coffee gone cold beside the keyboard. Message didn't come through the usual channels. It arrived from an address made of random letters and numbers. No name attached, no signature at the bottom. The sender claimed to have real evidence connected to a disappearance I had covered months earlier, one that never sat right with me. They referenced details I had never made public, including a misfiled report number and a witness statement that vanished from public records. That alone was unsettling, but curiosity has a way of pushing past caution. The tone wasn't dramatic or threatening, just blunt and strangely formal. There was a link included, pointing to a dark web mirror, along with instructions to use encryption software I'd only read about. I stared at the screen longer than I want to admit, weighing the risk against the chance that this was real. Eventually, curiosity won. Accessing the files felt like stepping into a room with no windows. The material itself looked authentic. Scans with consistent metadata, audio clips with background noise that matched known locations, and timestamps that lined up too well to fake easily. One folder contained raw footage that clearly hadn't been edited for public eyes. There were moments where the camera shook as if the person filming hesitated, unsure whether to keep recording. Even without understanding the full context, the implication was disturbing. It wasn't sensational or cinematic, which made it worse. The kind of evidence that feels heavy just sitting on your hard drive. I closed everything and disconnected from the internet, heart racing, trying to process what I had just seen. That was when the first sign of retaliation hit. Within hours, accounts I rarely used began locking me out. Password reset emails flooded in, followed by notifications that my content had been flagged en masse. Then came messages from strangers accusing me of crimes I'd never heard of, using my real name instead of my handle. Someone submitted false emergency reports tied to my address, the kind meant to provoke a dangerous response. The anonymous sender resurfaced with a new tone, no longer neutral, laying out demands with cold precision. They didn't want money or silence. They wanted control over the story itself. Publish their version of events. Frame certain people as unreliable, omit specific details, or watch everything I'd built collapse under coordinated pressure. I realized then that the evidence wasn't just information. It was leverage, and I was already trapped inside the narrative they designed. Sleep didn't really happen after that. Every sound in the apartment carried weight. Every notification felt like another escalation. I spent hours reading the demands over and over, trying to decode what they really wanted me to erase. They sent a rough outline of the story I was supposed to publish, complete with suggested phrases and timestamps. It wasn't fan fiction or speculation. It was surgical, rewriting motives and shifting timelines just enough to redirect blame. What scared me most was how confident they sounded, like they already knew what I would do next. They referenced private drafts from my editing software, sentences I had deleted and never uploaded. That meant they had been inside my system longer than I realized. The sense of being observed didn't come from paranoia anymore. It came from receipts. I tried reaching out for advice carefully, using devices that hadn't been connected to my home network. A journalist friend responded cautiously, urging me to stop engaging and preserve everything. Before I could even reply, my phone lit up with calls from unknown numbers, one after another, until it overheated in my hand. Voicemails followed, robotic at first, then unsettlingly human, accusing me of interference. Online, threads popped up dissecting my personal life with eerie accuracy, listing old addresses, relatives, even a photo taken through a window I never remembered posing for. None of it asked for ransom. It was all pressure, tightening minute by minute, designed to isolate me until compliance felt like relief. I understood then that this wasn't about hiding the truth, but reshaping it. The breaking point came when a patrol car showed up outside my building after a fabricated welfare check. Watching through the blinds as officers knocked on my door was surreal, like seeing a scene from my own channel play out in real time. I managed to explain enough to avoid escalation, but the message was clear. They could reach into the physical world whenever they wanted. Another encrypted message arrived shortly after, acknowledging the visit with disturbing casualness. The sender reminded me that narratives don't need to be true to be effective, only consistent and loud. I felt backed into a corner where every option carried risk. Publishing their version meant becoming a mouthpiece, while refusing meant losing control entirely. I made a decision that afternoon, driven less by bravery and more by exhaustion. Instead of posting their script, I released a short video stepping away from the case altogether, citing safety concerns without details. Simultaneously, I handed copies of the files and communication logs to a legal advocate recommended by my friend, using a chain of custody I hoped would protect me later. The retaliation didn't stop immediately, but it lost momentum, like a storm running out of fuel. Accounts quieted, false reports ceased, and the anonymous messages slowed to silence. The evidence never saw daylight in the way I once imagined, and that still bothers me. What stayed with me was the realization that truth can be treated like contraband, traded and threatened, not for profit, but for power over the story itself. Days passed in a strange half-normal rhythm, where grocery trips and emails coexisted with the lingering sense that the walls had ears. Work on the channel slowed to a crawl, not because of fear alone, but because trust in the process had fractured. Editing software felt hostile, like a room that had already been searched. Even harmless comments under older videos carried a new weight, every username a question mark. Friends noticed the distance in my voice when we talked, the way I deflected simple questions. There was no dramatic climax after that decision, just a long exhale where nothing else happened. Silence became the loudest outcome, and part of me wondered if that had been the goal all along. Eventually, the legal side moved forward quietly, without spectacle or updates I could share. The files went somewhere beyond my reach, sealed into procedures I didn't fully understand. That brought a measure of relief, but also a hollow feeling, like handing off a truth and never learning where it lands. Online, the smear attempts faded into the background noise where they belonged. New rumors replaced the old ones, and attention drifted, as it always does. The attackers never confirmed retreat or defeat, only absence. That uncertainty lingered longer than the threats ever did. It taught me that power doesn't always announce itself when it leaves. Months later, confidence in technology never fully returned. New habits formed without conscious planning, small changes meant to reduce exposure. The channel survived, smaller and quieter, but still mine. Viewers noticed a shift towards safer topics, though few questioned it openly. Those who did received vague answers, because specifics still felt dangerous to share. The experience stripped away the illusion that independent creators operate outside influence. Influence just wears different clothes at smaller scales. Control doesn't need a headline to function. Looking back, the most unsettling part wasn't the hacking or the intimidation. It was how easily information became a bargaining chip, reshaped to serve whoever held it last. Evidence that should have clarified a disappearance instead became a weapon to rewrite it. That realization changed how I see every unresolved case now, every leak, every exclusive. Some truths aren't buried because they're lost, but because someone is actively deciding which version survives. Stepping away kept me safe, but it didn't bring closure. The story still exists, just fragmented, living in places I no longer follow. That's the part that stays with me, even now.